fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here, and we are starting this stream a few minutes late. I don't know that anybody's here yet, but those catching the VOD later, hi, hello. I will be making episodes, hanging out with people. Just I hope hanging out with people. First, after loading things in, we will be figuring stuff out. Hello, John, Beth, how you doing? How's your day going? Okay. Here's Group A, Von Range dead. Yodel. Who's commanding OKH? Brohitch. I'm doing well. Thinking about how I should organize this up. I'm looking to do well, it's just November now. I mean, it's getting closer, but looking for a spring offensive against the Soviets from the west, from the south. Looking to maintain, which we sort of have, but not well organized, a west front garrison here. Now, historically, some of these units, like Hare's Group C, Hare's Group B, and Hare's Group A, came and went over time. Thank you. Yes, I like this map the best. It's a pleasant looking map. I got people, few that are colorblind, few just trying to follow what's going on as you're advancing in, like this map the best. But I do like this the map best. Nice, sort of bright, but not too. So we want a west front, and then we want an African command as things continue to expand. So we got Hare's Group Sud down here in Romania. They have Blauskowitz. This is the only group so far attached to it. We'll send that down there. Now, in my opinion, the group that's least important for skill level is Corps Commanders. Maybe it's time for some promotions. They did promote generals quite a bit during the war, of course. Well, who cares about the police? Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, this commander taken away probably when the Africa Corps was formed. We have a lot of officers over here that probably maybe where we should be looking for our future commanders here. He just hasn't gotten a lot of experience yet, is sort of why he hasn't gone up yet. I'm always torn from trying to between trying to do historical, you know, who's commanding where, and some are just, you know, Rommel. Are you gonna really not put Rommel in charge of the Africa Corps or something like that? List after, okay, he's pretty good currently. Yep, we've got the SS, the Waffen SS, um, uh, the Einsatztruppen, the Einsatzkommandos, which are very, very nasty. I think we may even have Sonderkommandos. Yeah, lots and lots of bad people, for sure. Okay, so, well, okay. Let's look at this a little more. Do you have anybody at Dolman? Dolman is level 4, so he's not too bad. Let's go with no leader here. Quite honestly, I do like to do better than what I do for most live playthroughs is in organizing things up. Okay, Von Buck. He should not be stuck here for the for going west. Now you're gonna detach. Yeah, you come east, at least generally. Reich now. He's almost ready to go to level 6. Well, a bunch of his units are over there. Now, he was a dedicated Nazi, not just a Wehrmacht general. Yeah, it's good to have the historical variety, that's for sure. Why are you still there? Oh, you're going up there. Okay, good. Okay, and you're going east, so goodbye to you. Von Rundstedt's Heroes Group A. Okay, I think we're going to do I I keep this. Here's group A. Okay, here's group A is going to become I don't know if other things are going to form up eventually here. But we don't have to wait. We can keep going. We're going to move him down to Athens. And we're going to move him out from there and under here. So Browhitch is in charge. We have Adler. I think we could do better. Yeah, Von Bach would be much better. Okay, this is just sort of the home army and a few other stuff. I don't know how it got attached to them, but we're going to get rid of... Okay, Falconhurst up there. Now, Falconhurst we're going to attach to the west. I know this isn't terribly exciting. Here. Ah, Yogdog's here. Well, hello. How are you doing today? Getting forces ready, sort of, just in a very preliminary sense. And hello, Arno, my friend. Looking at what we're going to be doing here, you know, west front. Now, we're not going in until spring 42, but we're just getting somewhat prepared because I'm going to be getting ready to, whether I'm attacking Iraq or I may be able to get Iraq into the Axis, and we're going to attack Iran and with the goal of puppeting them to be ready for the Southern campaign against the Soviet Union, the proper Southern campaign. But we're also getting ready, and these guys should, because this is blocked off, should come back up here. Let's get them to here quickly. No, let's get them to a port because it doesn't matter. I'm going to set up a campaign to help Italy out. Not that it need lots of help, but help Italy out in the Indian Ocean front here. So I want to send Guderian. He's going to be, I guess, for the moment, an overall command down. Well, oh, Arno is now hosting. Thank you. I gotta turn the volume down a little bit there. Okay, I'm just doing some basic reorganization here. So here's group A. Okay, he's decent. Unblock and modal is decent. All right. Well, I'm not going to do lots of this now, but I just wanted to do some. Okay. Well, OB West. And then we Third Corps. Well, let's create a core command for these guys. On Mackinson. Well, too good of a choice actually. For core command. Like I say, in this game, core commanders, in my opinion, can be the least skilled. Don't even need somebody that good. Let's just get somebody. Yeah, all right. Still almost too good that I don't want to waste it. Okay, we'll put him in. Not that I can't just promote somebody else. Okay, now we're going to go First Army Beck. Okay, he can vacation, I guess, here. Not that I really need to create more army level units. Probably I shouldn't be. But we'll disband unit. I got some of these units over here. We can put like back in charge here. There he is. And so that will do it, because that gets us HQ defense. You can come to here. And list is going to go east. It's his headquarters. We's button. Yeah, he's another rather good one. Okay, yeah, here we go. You're going to detach. Yeah, detach you. Here. So we're gonna put in charge here. Back to skill. Dolman looks like a good option here. We can put him what? Here in France. I'm not sure. I'm definitely detached. All right. Any progress on Malta? Not yet. We are still, and which we're going to deal with, we are still getting our Kriegsmarine around Africa to get them properly ready to help with the invasion before that. And mentioning that, that's good. Thank you for bringing that up. We need some naval invasion forces to back up our airborne invasion. What I'm wondering, well, okay, you can come down to here. How good are these guys at naval invasions? Because we have like soft attack 21 versus soft attack 28. But we have amphibious attack plus 10% and that one. Amphibious attack plus 30%, so that's better. Okay, so these guys are going to do better. At some amphibious operations. Don't well, let's look at these. How well do our light infantry? 26 amphibious attack plus 30. Okay, so we could use some light infantry here. Well, yeah, we could use, I think Ditmar even. Yeah. Okay, so these guys can come here. So Malta is turning out to be a fairly big operation. For sure. Yeah, we're forgetting about that. IKB! How are you today, my friend? Okay, well, let's move you. I think we can't forget to drive on Moscow. I don't think we should forget that at all. Okay, this will detach you for the moment. There we go. All right, well, that's enough order of battle, as it were. Okay, we have, yeah, I think these guys can head up to here. They can head there. And we have this invasion force down here, getting ready for support coming. Okay, all looks good. Let's hit the save button. All right. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41. And I'm going to be describing what's going on and continuing here. But before I do, I want to thank some of my backers on Patreon. Of course, Sir Toyjet, Chief, and also very recently Yogdog, who I believe you're still in chat. Thank you very much for your support on Patreon. Yogdog has a good Twitch channel that you guys should follow. Maybe he'll post the link in chat, and if it needs to be approved, Arno can approve it, I'm sure. So yes, you ought to follow his Twitch account. So thank you, but everybody else, hey, can you just subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, and of course post a comment below. It really does help. Right, we are still well, we're doing like in real life, doing many things at once, and I could spend let me say this, I can spend days, not necessarily all in all at once, but just days of time organizing up stuff. And I've just been spending about 30 minutes almost, somewhat boring the viewers on my live stream, doing some reorganization here. I mean, it still looks screwy, but getting some of this stuff a little better organized. I find this a pleasure. I really do. I know a lot of people don't, and I totally understand that. But I find it a pleasure. So, but I know for keeping these videos going, we can't spend too much time on it. So yeah, and proper staff work in real life. So we're getting ready to either invade and puppet Iraq, or if they will join the Axis on their own, great. And then because of whatever's going on, I don't know with Iran, it for some reason, even though it still, yeah, all looks nice until 2 weeks into Barbarossa. Yeah, for some reason left the Axis. I don't know. So we're going to invade and puppet it. We're bringing the Kriegsmarine around initially to Mogadishu. Then we're going to support very briefly an invasion into Yemen here, create another front there. Then the Kriegsmarine is going to, the great bulk of it is going to come up here and support a combined naval and airborne invasion of Malta for taking that out. Airy, been getting into Vicky 2 if you want some statistical madness and dedication to your life to understand the economic system. It's, yeah, oh yeah, well, I get the idea that people want to, like, oh yeah, draw basic, quick, big battle plans and then press button and watch and see how it comes out. I get that, I really do. But yeah, why did I put him here? Just recently, I know, probably to give some unit down here in HQ, maybe maybe even no, that for some reason isn't. Combined arms. Maybe there. I don't know. I lose track of some of these things like this. I don't know. The Risco Burr. U4 to OI4. Yeah, that doesn't sound bad. Don't know that that's... Well, mini mega campaign. Yeah, it's a mega campaign to me. Right, well, let's increase the speed up to something quick but manageable. Okay, fire control systems. Is that Navy? Yes. What though? Okay, oh, training. Fire control system training advance. But that's already grayed out, I guess. I don't know. Or me not grayed out, are already off. I don't understand how that happened. Okay. Destroyer crew training advance. Very nice. Yeah. Oh, AI slider. Oh, I don't want to be there. Oh, normal. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What's going on here? I hit the wrong button. Okay. Okay, well, it looks appropriate, so I don't know. At least recently here. Alright, so it went off because of the slider control button, and I want to manually do this. Okay. But that did say damage control for small. Well, that's way too in advance at the moment to do any research on there. We are doing underway naval replenishment, which increases the range of all of the ships. But let's see. Well, let's do extra wide tracks. Oh, this is what really messed the slide control up here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Because that's definitely not what we want to do. I'm looking at keeping it about there. Mostly this is going to, should be going, this is, oh, it's overkill there. It's officers that we need to keep. I mean, we'll have to recheck that at some point, but I know to the AI, it seems like, I guess we can do maybe that. No, we don't want to do that. Wait, a little bit more goes over to here. To the AI, it sees that we're at 110 officers and we don't need to train anymore. And we have extra spies, so we don't need more spies. And we have overly done on diplomacy, which we are currently using more diplomats than we need. So we're currently grinding that down. Not sure. We probably, you know, what we could do here is do some covert operations. This is something that I don't play this part of the game well. Just normally deal with like blunt force, naval and military invasions. Do some covert operations here. And maybe we could also see about doing some in Spain. Build some of that up. But, so the AI, I think the base game is like 120% or 130%, but the AI only goes to 100% of officers. Now you can have more than 110% officers, but you only get the effects of 110% of officers. So on this, so it doesn't overdo it. But what it will do is have an officer pool, and unfortunately, two things with a lot of black ice do sort of bad, and you'll notice this. Since they have moved the priority of these HQs to the top here, they seem to take a lot more damage than the rest of the units. But to be able to display the cool icons, when you click, those are all stacked there. Here, it needs to be on the top because it'll display what's on the top. And now they have it set so it disappears, it entirely disappears, and shows the one beneath it here when you zoom out. So that we will, sort of a byproduct of this, the units will grind through officers faster. And two, because we have units like this that are set up as something of a combat unit here, which we could do a little better with some stuff, but that we're going to be using as frontline units, where something like this is just does have motorcycle recon, but not really a combat unit. This will also grind through officers a lot faster in combat, so we want a larger pool of officers. But we probably don't need all of that espionage right now, looking with that in diplomacy. So, yeah. I just don't trust turning this stuff over to the even the sliders to AI. It's not a bad thing, and it's a great idea. But just how much, I just don't have the trust. A little bit more. What can we do to improve our submarines? Well, we should maybe come over here and do that. There we go. Right. So far, I know we haven't quite made it yet, and the last little bit could be the problem. It looks like our Kriegsmarine has done a reasonably good job getting out here. Now, what are... Okay, there. These guys are doing some striking out here in the Bay of Biscay. They're repairing. They're repairing. Now, we do have at least one more recently, but still not or reinforced up enough yet. Okay, well, let's move some of these subs in here, I think, to start off with. I don't know. Okay, our ships have arrived here. What, yeah, Paulus, get on board. Falconhurst is going to command up there. He's going to get on board. We're going to move out these light infantry and... Oh, we've already filled up our... Well, not entirely. Okay, we don't have a lot of trains. Well, we have a fair amount. But, these guys could just transport... Oh, well, it's too far. They got to rebase. Oh, well. Either way, just a little more. Hey, Niagara. Now okay, how's our... Oh, because we sort of annexed it, our revolt risk is yellow. But we could use some more garrison troops up there. Do I pull some of them out of here? I don't know. Well, I don't. Maybe we should just... build some more garrison forces. I know we have some tropical island, but that doesn't seem appropriate for up in northern Norway. So let's do one sort of proper garrison force. One of these, and let's go with the garrison detachment instead and reduce that down. To build up your Baltic ports to max for better supply throughput when you start. Okay, no, you do not. Okay, I gotta get something to drink here. My voice is getting a bit rough. Outgoing size of port does not matter in the game. So you can have a port like this here that is a well, this is a level 5, so that's pretty good. Something like here, level 2. They'll equally put out supplies. That doesn't matter. It's the receiving port is what determines supply conditions. So here, now, yeah, we could put supplies out from something like Seton to Memel here. I don't know that Memel should be a 1. But it is pretty low. But that, useful, but doesn't matter. Probably just, bring supplies in through Königsberg. If that really even helps at all. So, and of course, we can't build up in Soviet currently occupied territories. So you can then, once you start capturing ports, well, are these going to be useful? Not particularly. Maybe Riga, maybe Tallinn. But are they going to be good enough? Probably. Leningrad's going to be good enough. So will the war be over by Christmas? Of course. In 1950. But I know we're in the middle of a recording, but I'm going to get a Coke and be right back. You can hear my voice. Just a moment. Need something to drink. Be back in a moment. So by 1950, the war will be over by Christmas 1950. Yes, right. And so, as long as I can, I actually sort of want to keep some of the elements down here unconnected from the main German offensive, because I'm going to try very hard to make sure Germany gets Odessa, and have a proper link overland to it so that we can move supplies to Batumi and over here in Novorossiysk. I like just the word Sochi better down here, but yeah. So, getting sick, neither one, just waking up, talking a lot with IKB yesterday and things, so we made a couple episodes, one got way too long. Right, so yeah, we don't worry about supplying outward size of ports. You shouldn't. We'll see what some of these guys along the coast have here, what size they are. And yes, I'm still very nervous about every time. And it sort of goes to illustrate how and why the Italian Navy behaved like it did. You know, I'm nervous about losing the Kriegsmarine. Excuse me. Okay, submarine AA. Excuse me. Oh, well. Now, I know I did this. Research submarine AA armament. And the reason I did this is in the game, it helps. But the Germans found, and the US was finding, that AA armament on a submarine is counterproductive, meaning it is having AA armament on a submarine is worse than not having AA armament submarine. And why is that, and how could this be? Well, a couple of things. One, and it's, sort of really nice, it was gun camera and a sort of rough, film of a Allied fighter attacking a German submarine somewhere in the Bay of Biscay, or somewhere, somewhere in this general area, if not technically in the Bay of Biscay. And it had a Fock-Verlane, the 4-barrel 20mm anti-aircraft gun, sort of behind the sort of up on the platform that's behind the conning tower, the bridge, or whatever you want to call it, that was shooting up at the aircraft. But you could just see the aircraft was just tearing apart the submarine, at least the decking of it. The Germans tried, and that's about some of the heaviest AA armament I've seen on a submarine. The Germans tried to do that, but what they found was you could sort of kind of tell that the footage was, and like I say, it's sort of rough, and I'm trying to remember, it's like spotlight footage at night, because the Germans, unlike most navies, run their submarines on the surface at night to charge up their batteries and to travel longer distances. And as radar and other things become more and more deployed, useful, however you want to say it, being put onto aircraft and or ships, you start spotting the submarines on the surface at night, and they would then come in, get sort of nearby, then turn on their lights and dive in, big spotlights, dive and attack. Well, the Germans tried to fight them, and I know Hello, Lawless. Good to have you here live for once. Very good, my friend. So, my two friends, one on YouTube right now and one over on Twitch, Niagara and Arno, are both like to play and both rather good at playing the AA element in War Thunder. But you got to understand, a submarine is particularly vulnerable. And most of the pilots, flying in War Thunder are not, most of them are not trained pilots at all. And so, and most of them are not good pilots. I know it's a virtual plane and it's different than a real plane. Trust me, I get all of that. But you can see how effective still, and how ineffective still, the AA is in something like that. And so, like I said, the submarines are particularly vulnerable because they need to go back under the water and maintain watertight integrity under pressure. So anything hitting that submarine that pokes even little holes in it is a problem. If you poke a little hole in a destroyer below the water line, even like as long as the crew can sort of kind of get at it from inside, they carry bits and pieces of wood that are literally made to hammer into the holes of the hull. The HOLE of the HULLS. So to plug the leaks. And that works. And there's other things they do too, but they can plug the leaks. Now they still leak, but it's only like 5 or 10% of the water coming in that they would have otherwise, and they do stuff. And then they have pumps running that pumps the water out. Okay, you sort of get that idea. Well, and that works. The problem is with a submarine is you go down below the water and down below the water a ways, so you increase pressure on it, and so plugs like that fail. Water just comes in. Now you can, under the water, you can pump water out of a submarine. The way that works is you have pumps in the bottom of the submarine, and it pumps it out into the sort of dive tanks, the tanks that you pump air in or out of to go up or down. And so you can force the water out through a mechanical pump into there. So you can be under the water and pump water out. But again, if you have even smallish bullet holes in your submarine, those are going to be, as you go down deeper and deeper, jets of water spewing into your submarine, and it just doesn't work. And at best you can sort of dive, you get a few of those holes, you can sort of dive down a little bit and turn around and go back to port to get things fixed. But you've just, instead of a submarine cruise out into the, that's presuming that you can make it back to the port, either on the surface or a little bit. So it just does, AA armament just doesn't really work on the submarines. Now, throughout the war, the Americans had some AA armament on their submarines. And there's another problem with AA armament on the submarines. And especially like the Fokker-Lane, it had its gun shields on it. That's even worse. I think it did. Is all of that stuff stuck on the outside of the submarine, especially on the deck, and when you go under the water, slows the submarine down because it creates resistance as you're going through the water. It does through the air too, but it's super minor. But going through the water, the more gun decks and railings and other things that you have up on your deck of your submarine slows up your submarine as it goes through the water considerably. So it's a negative thing. Now, again, like towards the end of the war in the Pacific, a lot of the American submarines were being used for other duties. And like you famously see George Bush the Elder, former president of the United States, the film of him being rescued in in the Pacific War by a submarine. So sometimes the submarines that the Americans particularly were using had to stay on the surface to do some of their jobs briefly, to get somebody, like that rescued, and then they would go down and wait for another, call to go rescue somebody or something like that. And so they needed some anti-air has a certain level of use, but good anti-air is bad because you don't want to encourage your crew to shoot back at any air, and you just want to your best option is to crash dive as fast as possible. As soon as you know there's an air attack, you just start diving, because whether they have machine gun bullets, 50 calibers, I just quite honestly don't know, between the external sort of metal decking on the top and the pressure hole, how likely they're to go through. But it can't do it any good being fired at a submarine. But definitely once you're starting to talk about like 20 millimeters and whatnot, autocannons, you're not doing well. And any sort of bombs, or even they had airdrop depth charges that would go down a little ways and explode. And so even if the submarine's on the surface, they just go down a little ways below it and blow it up below the submarine. So either way. So yeah, you just want to dive as soon as you perceive an enemy aircraft in your area, whether it spots you or not. You don't want to stay on top. So I think we could do submarine AA armament advances and maybe increase the air attack, but somehow decrease the protection. Air defense go negative, so you're actually more vulnerable to air attack. But you can attack the air better, but you're more vulnerable to damage. Would be sort of how you would balance that out. You should break up your Navy into smaller task forces currently you have. Yeah, I know, but we sort of need it that way. And hello, Martin. How are you doing today? Okay, now you see, you're absolutely right. They had there's the I-400 class that had the 3 aircraft on board, and then there was a bunch of, I don't know, 10 or 20 or something, and there were several different models, different classes of submarines. Because Japan, most of the time, would build small production runs of submarines and then make changes and do another production run. So the U.S., they just cranked out Gato class submarines. And the Germans also, the Type 7 and the Type 9 or whatever. I don't remember all the numbers. But they also sort of, in classes, cranked out a lot. Japan did a lot of small batches of submarines. And so before the Pacific War starts, they make a bunch of submarines that carry just one plane. Now, their purpose, since we're bringing this up, their purpose was, they thought, and they were planning their Navy, that the U.S., either from the mainland or from Hawaii, would organize up its big fleet, and its big fleet would head to Japan, and Japan would want to try to organize its big fleet to sink the enemy. So what they wanted to do is have, out here in the Pacific, a few belts, if you will, or whatever, of submarines sitting out here watching, because a lot of this, of course, is before radar becomes a thing for Japan. They're thinking, and when they're building. Later in the war, they are starting to get some primitive radars, sort of late war. I think mostly stuff based on German work. I think I'm not good at understanding Japanese radar. Sorry to hear you. I hope you're dealing well with the personal problem, but sorry you're still having to go through it. And so, they expect So they needed these lines of submarines out here to try to spot where the American fleet was and what's their path, so that they could intercept it at a good spot. Now they were also going to be flying, aircraft off of islands, but you can go places they can't. So, and then maybe if the submarines got into a good enough position to launch some torpedoes at a carrier or a battleship or whatever, sink it. But their primary job was to be an early warning system and a tracking system for the main enemy fleet that they looked at was the U.S. Well, having some submarines that you had an airplane on, that then you can extend your search. You could have a submarine sitting out here and then take off and fly around for a while and go back and land and get, onto the submarine, get refueled, and, keep doing that kind of stuff as needed. Well, yes, then at that point, if you're in the middle of the either launching or recovering, now if the aircraft was up there, they're just, they're just going to ignore it and go away. They're going to even lose the pilot. It's just the submarine's more important than recovering the aircraft. But if you're sort of in the middle of the operation and you have the big hatches open, and and it's in the tube, and you're trying to get all that stuff in, you might not really be ready to crash dive, and so some air defense during the sort of awkward moments. If it's not the awkward moment, the aircraft, the enemy or your friendly aircraft lands on the ocean next to the submarine. Submarine's getting ready to pick it up, and they go, "Oh shit, dive!" And just like screw the pilot. Now, if the pilot can get out of the aircraft and get onto the submarine before the submarine goes down, fine. But they're not going to wait for the pilot. The pilot is expendable because you don't want to lose everybody else on the submarine just to save one pilot. So yeah, there are points and times that anti-air is advisable or useful, but really, I'm sort of, as you can tell, in the not a good thing in reality, as far as I know it. And it goes for the modern, because however, if you talk about, surface to air missiles or whatever else that in a modern sense comes along, or radar guided AA guns or something like that, it's still just always better to go under the ocean for a submarine. Okay, so landing craft flotillas have improved, which allows us to do structural improvements. Transport capacity, we will add that. We will continue landing craft improvements. Okay. Oh, on this, yes, I understand about the negatives here. Depending on the situation, if you can get your friendly units into the battle, it would be better. But one, I don't want to micromanage my Navy. Two, when you're doing things like protecting a naval invasion, you want all of the firepower you can get for offshore bombardment and the like. Okay. We're going to now come up to here. British did have a heavy cruiser or something here before. Yeah, that's a good one there. Airy. Blizzards. Uh-oh. Italy has just lost a couple of major ships. I wonder where that happened. were supposed to be helping bombing out anything in the Mediterranean. It could have happened here. Because they have the Nelson, the Valiant battleships, CVL, and some heavy cruisers, destroyers. I don't know if that was it, or were they doing some other operations? Because I can't imagine where, if it wasn't somewhere in the Mediterranean. I don't know, I'm worried. I'm scared. Yeah, here. Oh. Okay, let's see, trying to read some of these. So kind of looks like the Howl. I don't know the other two right offhand. The destroyer or the battleships. That could have been the problem. Okay, see now, that's the fleet that I'm worried about, or a fleet like that. We will no longer receive money for supplies. We demand an explanation from Japan as to why Richard Surge has been arrested. Right. I was actually reading about this the other day, a day or so ago. Eugene Ort, ambassador in Tokyo, made an official protest to the Japanese government about the unjustified arrest of his friend Richard Sorge. Yeah, this brings the downfall of Eugene Ort, who was or is currently the ambassador at this time to Japan. Richard Sorge, however you pronounce his name, was a Soviet spy. So yeah. Uh-oh. Okay, well, they lost a submarine. Good. Okay, commando training. I know it's already December. These things are taking a while to happen. Is that? No, that's down. Yeah, we'll continue commando training. Okay, well, I know we've been doing a lot of naval striking. Okay, yeah, you've been mauled over by something. Don't know whether that was fighters or... Okay, Udet, you come down to here. I know we're already overstacked, but I don't trust the Italians. Okay, yeah, that's sort of what I'm looking for here as well. And what do I have back here? Yeah, okay. Some light and medium bombers. Okay, you guys come down here. Okay, so we're doing wildly well, but what I'm going to do here is move that out and move that out and move all of these. Oh, no. That stays. Move all of those out of my active fleet. Okay. Now these guys, hopefully you get on board the right set of ships. Good. They all fit. They're going to stay in port. They're going to be there. Hello, Kevin. How you doing? Do you live stream then cut? Yes, I'm currently making an episode. Yes, some I make some are live and some are sort of cut up of the live streams. I mean, some are just I record on my own. Some I'm recording like now. The live streams contain also stuff that is not in the regular episodes. Uh-oh. I should say not uh-oh, but oh good. Okay, well, now we can do a couple of things here, but let's invite Afghanistan to the Axis. They've accepted our invitation. Now I'm going to save this right here, right now. Let's see if we get what was happening whenever I was reloading in with Iran. It was flipping from Axis to allies, and I don't know why, but okay, so we now have an Axis partner here that we're not going to have them declare war at all at the moment. And so, hey, yeah, Kevin, this is definitely Hang Out with Gamer. If you got questions, ask them, and I like interacting with. Okay, what division do we? Oh, okay. Oh, the cavalry division. Okay. Yes, we don't need a cavalry division. We'd rather have that. Okay, get the. Oh, we may need to pause. We need to move some fighters down here too. Yeah, let's move some. You know, your air superiority it over there, but come down here. Okay, machine gun positions on landing craft. Nice. I think that's a one and done. Okay, we're going to start now on. Well, let's do that. War Thunder, another fun thing. I will be playing that tomorrow, and you all are invited to come and play and not just watch. Okay. Come up, air intercept this area. Naval strike there. Naval strike there. Naval strike there. Okay, I'm not going to say like that's enough or anything, but that is a fair amount of air operations. Move first. You're going to move out here. Okay. Now, you with all of the Jaegers are going to come and invade there. If we go down here, it makes you come down and face off these guys. But up here, we are a little further away, may be able to get to shore fast enough before the enemy get here. Okay. Now, we've won here. No, we don't have a good theater or a good, well, not going to build it now. Okay, we'll leave. Huh? How did I do this? How do I not have a regular light infantry battalion here? What did I do to... What did I do or click or make wrong with that? Oh, no? Oh, they probably... Oh, maybe it got lost in an attack. That's probably what happened. Damn. Okay, well... Okay, light anti-aircraft guns, advance. I guess, because I can't imagine that I... Okay, the Nibelungen works. Vomag initially had 6 buildings for tank production, but in 41 expanded again, constructing a huge Panzerhalle, which was finally completed in 1943. Vomag partially produced, or initially produced, the SDKF Z9 heavy half-track and the Panzer For oust F, then G. Vomag became one of the largest tank manufacturers in the Third Reich. Vomag produced a prototype Panzer for competition. You're right. Yep, we want to do that. Okay, well, I want this to be an effective unit. So, figured maybe it got sunk. Okay, so the 38th. So what we need to do here is sacrifice that to make sure that this is one that is good. Yeah. Okay, because it needs a proper combined arms. Okay. I guess that unit is just gonna get the hold there. Okay, well, now that we've done the landing, these guys will come back up here. These guys will also head up to Alexandria, I guess. Get repaired. Hey, Rhaegar. Yes, we are invading Yemen. Kofi Annan protests. Adolf Hitler said to invading Saudi Arabia because of humanitarian reasons. UN condemned Germany. I have one question. What's your least favorite change or thing in Black Ice now? I feel that you may say the riots for Germany. Those those are up there. Really, my least favorite thing is, and they're sort of related, I get. Well, is the idea of spending money on internal things, and also I have to say equally the trading of resources, for money. These types of trades, for. See, like the reason we're getting tungsten is that they're close enough aligned to us, not because we're trading with them. I don't like that as a thing. So I just don't like that. Okay, we've won here. Now, the way, fortunately, this is going to work out for us, I do believe. But coming in here, what you don't, since you don't have a port, is you could or should, I just didn't because I didn't think we would need it, is to have some air transport ready to air supply into here. It's sort of the thing to do. Japan has annexed Siam. Okay, so they've now got all of that. Now, Japan, historically right now, I think would have stayed at peace if this was the conditions. For game purposes, we need to end the episode here. For game purposes, well, I'll talk about that next episode. I want to thank you all for getting this far in the video, and see you next time for even more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Yeah, we're going to make another episode here, but I just want to save, and we will continue, and I'll talk about this. So yeah, it's really the money for internal use bugs the hell out of me. And which is related to it for me is the is purchasing strategic resources, not just resources, but I like the normal resource trade, but the strategic resource. I don't like either of those things. And yes, the riot, the unhistorical riots, they're also not something I like. I'm intending to get rid of all of those. I know how to get rid of some of those. I'm going to get rid of all of those with TRE. Is going to go in and modify it. Right, but back to here. Okay, well, let's start another episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41. Now, just at the end of the last episode, we were sort of looking at this here. If this was the historical conditions of Japan at the time, meaning the war proper is over in China. Now, Japan did directly control, the Koreans didn't have equal citizenship to the Japanese or anything like that, but nothing like that. They were a subject people, but it was sort of directly ruled by Japan, where Manchukuo and the Republic of China, Nanjing, reorganized, or however you want to talk about it, which its capital was here. Those were puppets. Meijing, however, I don't know. It was sort of a puppet Mongolian state. They even thought about setting up a sort of southern Chinese puppet state. I don't really think Japan... Wow, that's a noisy truck. Wanted to, have Lebensraum and start directly ruling large chunks of China. Okay, let's talk about some awkward truths for a moment here. And this is going to get into some modern politics as well, and modern comments. Recently on Twitter, some people were talking about how to, and I won't go, and two sort of fairly old, famous character actors from, the golden age of Hollywood, back in the 30s and 40s. Well, in the 30s and 40s, were racists. Like one supposedly refused to sit at a table with a black person, for some Hollywood thing or whatever. And I don't know all of their views, but yeah, they had racist views. I don't know that they hated black people or anything like that, but I don't think they thought they were equal people. And so people, oh yeah, well, these actors, we love them, but how do you separate out? And I'm going, on this stuff. They were men of their times, okay? You have to understand, people back then, and there were a lot of racist types. Now, we have a lot of racist types today. Most of them, quite honestly, are in the Democratic Party. They don't hate black people or whatever. They think they're inferior and they want to help them. That's why they do all this special stuff for them. They won't say it, but they actually believe they are inferior. You can see it, what was it, Biden's comment not so long ago? Poor kids are just as good as white kids or something like that, he said. I'm paraphrasing. I know I'm getting it wrong. In some comment, this is within the last year or so. They look at minorities as cases to be helped. It's not the racism of hate the other people. It's sort of racism of pity and whatnot. Would Japanese prefer a copy of the UK Commonwealth system? Something sort of like that, Ragar. But back then, back in the 30s and 40s, Japanese were very racist. I mean, very racist. They, now I know, I'm sure you can find examples of them not being so, but they were very racist. They thought themselves very superior. I don't know how they viewed themselves. I'm trying to remember if specifically like referring to Aryans or whatever, but they thought themselves at least the most superior Asian race, and up there in the top of the races on the planet. And there was a lot of propaganda leading up to and during World War II about Japanese racism. And they didn't even need to mention things like Africans. They were referring to other Asian groups. And it was very genetic. Well, okay. Now I want to say today, in modern day world, they're still racist, okay? Understand this. Japanese, Chinese, Koreans, Thais, Indians, Africans, Latin Americans, they're all racist people. Europeans, they're racists to this day, a great majority. I know back in this time, Josephine Baker, who was, of course, subject, a famous star and entertainer, Black American, subject to, racism in America, and including legal type racism, no blacks allowed to stay in this hotel where she's been booked to perform or something like that, in their event hall. So she faced racism in America, and she goes to France, and they're not so racist. I mean, I'm not sure she wasn't entirely thinking that there's no racism in France, but no, I can go to any hotel. I'm respected anywhere. I can do, go wherever I want to. And people, treat me with reasonable respect. And there's none of this. Yeah. Jazz musicians, Black entertainers, Black wealthy businessmen that can travel to France in the 1930s. They could probably stay at any hotel. What do you think the reaction from somebody with modern day Ivory Coast in the Côte d'Ivory or whatever? One of them were some sailor, some Ivory Coast Black African type guy who has become a sailor kind of thing, speaks broken French. What do you think his reaction is, or what reaction to him is going to be if he shows up in France? Or how did the French treat their colonial subjects directly in their home habitats? Okay, see, there it's going to be even worse than the normal racism in America. I'm not talking about the Ku Klux Klan and their evil actions. This is not that. I'm just talking about the average citizen back then who thought white people were better. Not that black people didn't deserve rights or whatever, but they just thought white people were better than other people. Again, I want to say I'm against racism. I don't believe large groups of people, race is any significant factor in how different groups. I believe it's culture. It's culture, it's culture, it's culture. It's not your skin color or your eye color. It's culture, culture, culture. I believe European-based culture is an excellent, one of the best type cultures, and the Anglo versions of it is better than the average European versions of culture. That's better than German, better than French, better than Spanish culture. I believe the Anglo culture is better. And part of that is, in my view, is successful cultures. We can talk about Chinese culture, we can talk about Japanese cultures. They're rather successful cultures too. I just still like my culture better. I can understand why a Frenchman or a Pole or an Italian will like their culture best. I'm not saying they. Thank you for following very much. And again, everybody, if you haven't already, you can follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. And if you are on Twitch right now, you can scroll down and see the link to the YouTube channel. I'm live on both, but see the videos later. I can understand why people like their culture better than other cultures. I like my culture. I also like other cultures, some other cultures too. But partly what I look at is success and failure rates of culture. And a good one, and talked a little bit about with like recently online, a friend, an Angolan friend. But we can see here today, right now, today, not back then, this part of Africa is called Somaliland, and there's a country that basically no other country officially recognizes. They recognize Somalia and are owning this. But Somaliland, most people, including Europeans and what else, can go walk around one of their towns and be relatively safe. Even though it is an Islamic-based culture, you're not going to be attacked by a terrorist. You're not going to be, I'm not saying there isn't thievery. I'm not saying somebody desperate won't come out with a knife or a gun or something. I'm not saying it's like, as safe as, a gated Beverly Hills community to walk around in, but it's relatively, thank you, Niagara. It's not maybe 100% safe, but from everything I get from there, I would feel relatively comfortable. I'd be on my guard, but relatively comfortable walking around any major town or city in Somaliland. I would not feel comfortable walking around in Mogadishu right now, and most of the rest of Somalia, including another sort of breakaway area, Puntland up here, Puntland. And this is where most of the pirates, the Somali pirates, come from, is Puntland up there. Now, what are the differences between these two groups? Well, to my understanding, I know this has gotten into full lecture mode and we'll get back to things. These are genetically roughly the same group of people, and culturally, historically, they're roughly the same cultural group of people. I think they speak the same language. Again, I'm not an expert on these, so that's why I notice I'm saying I think, but they're basically the same. Roberto did say that this is a bigger country to govern, and that's a smaller country, and that does have an effect. Yes, it does. But this is a failed state. This is now a working state. Africa, the what is it? The OAU Organization, Africa Union, or whatever it's called. I think they use the French sort of setup. They, long through the Cold War, would never recognize under any circumstances a breakaway country, because all of the nations that were members of them were worried about breakaway elements in their country and recognizing this. Is why Biafra, one of the reasons why Biafra failed. Oh, so certain localized other countries would sort of maybe want to recognize a breakaway region, but the group would have to vote on recognizing another African nation as being an independent sovereign nation, and they'd never get a majority vote. And that's also why they didn't recognize Katanga, breaking up the Congo. They just never did. Once the borders were set, once Zambian borders were set, it's Zambia. They can't expand or contract. Tanzania can invade Uganda to get rid of Idi Amin, but they can't grab any territory. Wouldn't recognize territory changes. So only after the Cold War, and I can think of only two cases where they've recognized breakaway states now. One being South Sudan, the other being Eritrea. So it is very hard to get nations to recognize breakaway nations. So Somaliland was the British colony here. Somalia was the Italian colony here. So I believe the primary difference between these two groups is this was a colony of Britain and this was a colony of Italy, and not just, say, a language different. Hey, Kevin, very local tribe. Yeah, well, you can get down into micro-state kind of things, but you can see the sort of sub-Saharan African, if you will, versus the sort of Afro. God, I'm on something like this. I'm getting dangerous into areas I don't know, but sort of the Afro Arabic genetic mix or something you might see. You can see skin, not just skin color changes, but also a bone structure changes. And I'm not a geneticist and I don't know, but also sort of an animist culture. And somewhat Christianized down here, where Muslims up here. Yeah, but in these, you look at Sudan. Hell, Sudan is like what, twice the size of, in actuality is like twice the size of France. If it was this full state. So yeah, breaking them up, not into micro or very local tribal governments, but into regional governances, and some of them are of very different ethnic languages and origins, even though they may be all sub-Saharan African. And again, I'm out of my depths in some of this, but so you see basically the same two groups. Now, I'm not just saying because one colonist group spoke Italian and ate spaghetti, and the other one spoke English and drank tea or something like that is what makes these difference. I mean, it's also in how they were governed, how they were colonized, if you will. And I don't know all the details of either two specific examples here, but let's jump over to like Kenya. There was an actual hard push by Britain to settle British people in Kenya. Similarly, like in Rhodesia, even in northern Rhodesia, but particularly in southern Rhodesia, an attempt to settle, Britons in Rhodesia to permanently live there, as opposed to a lot of cases in Africa where you were coming in, you were going to make your money, work there for 5, 10, 20 years, and then come back to France or come back to Portugal or come back to wherever. It wasn't trying to settle large groups of people. I don't really think there was a significant attempt to settle Britons at all in Somaliland. I think it was more of a, hey, this is a convenient place, we just sort of need to control it. But it's just how they governed here, how they included locals into the local governing structure is different. I don't know the details versus different than Italy. Okay, so this is why, so their culture, I don't even want to say original culture, because these have been, peoples have migrated and changed and fought over this for generations. Hell, there was a Roman brief for 10 or 20 years or something, a Roman outpost here on Socotra. So cultural influences vary and come over, but the pre-European, shall we say, cultural influences here were basically the same. Thank you for trying to make your mufflers sound very loud. So it's the same base culture, both influenced by two different European cultures. One is more successful than the other, and neither of them have like lots of natural resources that the other doesn't, or whatever you might be able to point to in other cases. The difference between, say, Yemen, that's sort of joined now, and Saudi Arabia. Yemen doesn't have any oil. Saudi Arabia has lots of oil. Things like that can be why things happen differently. Okay, so this is just sort of explaining my culturalist viewpoint as I look at this. I don't believe large groups of people, individuals are individuals. I don't believe large groups of people, any sort of significant determination of what's going on is based on race. But most of the people on the planet today believe so. Racism is less in European-based nations. And I say that because I'm including the, not just British, but other European continued possessions around the world globally, is less than it is in other places. Chinese and Japanese are rather racist today. And it's not that they hate other races, it's often they just look down on other races. Japan, like I say, during this time period was virulently racist. And so it has a racial identity, um, as well as a cultural identity. It has both. And there's definitely cases of Japanese bringing sort of Chinese and half Chinese, half Japanese, half Chinese sort of into their system on equal basis, maybe not quite the right term, but as sort of literally sort of adopted in stepchildren sort of basis in some cases. But they were highly racist back then. I'm not saying they're that way today, but they are racist today. And it's not that they, in my knowledge, the best that I know, that they hate any particular race on the planet. They're not like that. They're not like wanting to be Nazis. They just think, they look at Africa and they think blacks are inferior. And that's just the way they look, and Chinese and others. That's just sort of at the core of their culture, is that they are still racist. They're not wanting to put on hoods or go harm other people nowadays, but back then they did. So I don't think, and this all gets into this, for the game purposes, Japan is annexing this territory. But in actual fact, I don't think that Japan was interested, desiring to annex the territory at all. They really liked, and what they really wanted to do is what we see here in Manchukuo. Japan buys into the idea very heavily of empire, and that empires are the things that are independent and govern themselves. And so either you're an empire or you're not. And if you're not, you are sort of a subject of empires. You're at the whim of empires. And it sees, which it is, America as an empire. We are an empire in the United States. We are 50 states and a few territories. I'm not talking about imperial ambitions of necessarily, I know we go do peacekeeping and interventions in other parts of the world. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the sort of, the 50 states and Puerto Rico and, a few islands, Guam and whatever. We're a big empire. We still are. We don't like to call ourselves that. We don't like to think of ourselves as that term. But yeah, just try to have one of these states think about wanting to go independent, and you'll start having the government very seriously, including going to killing people, trying to stop you from being independent. There is no mechanism for a state to leave the Union after the Civil War. And so, there was definitely, not so much because Trump was seen as a temporary thing, but under some of the Bush presidencies, Vermont or whatever wants to leave the United States because it hates what Bush and whatever is doing. It's not necessarily a right or left-wing thing. There's been reasons that significant elements within particular states have decided that they would prefer to be just an independent state. The United States is an empire. It isn't going to let that happen. Japan sees the world in these terms because it looks at the British Empire, the French Empire, the Russian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, because you got to understand Japan is forming itself when these other entities exist. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, the German Empire. They look around and they see these empires. Yeah, they see South America, but they see it's sort of pathetic countries down there in South America. And they're pathetic because they're not part of an empire, either locally or on the grand scheme of things. And it sees dying empires because it's, it watches the last of the real Spanish Empire fall apart with the Spanish-American War. Cuba goes independent. The Philippines become claimed to be, and it was, but the Japanese are very unsure about this, temporary possession of the Philippines. Now, Guam was meant to be a permanent, and and still is, possession of the United States, and generally speaking, Guam really is happy to be part of the United States. It knows it's not big enough to be a territory, but it does not want to be independent. Because it looks around and sees, yeah, we're sort of in a sea of, even today, of different influences and whatnot. But yeah, and so it sees empires, and it thinks it needs to have an empire. To protect itself, it sees that it needs industry to be and industrialized countries are countries that are significant on the world stage. Are not, either puppets or, being a willow, bending with the winds, like it might see some other thing. Oh, and it sees even the, mention Arno here, the Dutch Empire still existed, and it may be a waning empire in its eyes, like Spain was, but it sees empires, and it needs industry. Well, it has some coal, but it doesn't have enough coal. It has nowhere near enough steel, and coal is a good energy source, but it doesn't have enough, and it doesn't have enough oil, and liquefaction of oil or of coal into oil is not, at least at the start of all of this, not really much of a thing. Yeah, I know they are paying attention. Not necessarily they're following along, but they are paying attention to Germany's attempts at creating artificial oil, or however you want to say it, liquefying coal. So it feels it needs these resources. And it likes what it does in Manchukuo. It knows, and it actually revels in its bloodiness. There is still the samurai culture of killing for killing's sake going on. Not just warriors fighting each other, but just killing people. At this time, again, we're talking, the 1930s and 40s. And so it likes that as a nation, as an organization. It likes what it's doing in Manchukuo. It sees that during Japanese occupation of Manchukuo, that Japan is significantly, massively improving its infrastructure. Now, of course, it is doing so, but it is also doing so to move resources out of Manchukuo. But it is doing that. And it is building a lot of modern institutions, both physically building, meaning building the buildings themselves, and also organizations that are modern, not necessarily Western, but modern in Manchukuo. So even though it's maybe killing off large batches of the population, it's trying to build a nice new hospital there and get doctors there. And that was the only reason it's killing off large groups of people in Manchukuo is because, well, some are just literally bandits, and whatnot that's traditionally been going on there for long before the Japanese ever show up. But just also people that resist the new order. I mean, so it's either you're on board or you're dead, if you get it. Well, cool. Niagara, have some tacos. Have fun with your girlfriend. So they like what they're doing there. There is an attempt to get because there is in Japan population pressures. There is an attempt to create some Japanese settlements in Manchukuo. But relatively speaking to Japan, and relatively speaking to sort of at least this area of China at the time, Manchukuo is underpopulated. It's sort of something of a wilderness in many areas. But there really isn't a huge move that I can detect that is going to sort of be like what they're doing with Germany's doing with the general government, meaning it was set up as a puppet state. Again, Hitler is trying to erase the idea of Poland. So they don't even call it the general government Poland. It's just the general government. Everybody understands what it is the general government of, but they are erasing Poland. with the mind to eventually annex the territory to Germany. What was going to happen to the Poles? Wasn't going to be good, whatever the final result was going to be for them. They might end up over here or over here, and then generations over here, and they might be over the generations migratorily moving eastward or something. But whatever was going to happen with the Poles, or just sort of what poles? What are poles? We have poles. They're stacked over there. You see, you need some poles. We got poles for you. We can pull them out and stick them. What are you doing? Putting up a tent? Yeah. Whatever the final solution of poles would have been, it wasn't going to be good for the poles. And it has quite a bit different weather when compared to Japan. Japanese could move with their own lifestyles to Korea and. Well, yes and no. The Dutch East Indies DIE is. I know what he's talking about there. That looks like Japan to me. I'm not saying it's just the same, but it's not terribly different than here. Japan is not a tropical country. It is not. Even in the south, it isn't, in my opinion. I haven't been to Japan. But took 3 years of Japanese language and sort of has off and on studied it for a long time. Japan is not tropical. Coming down to here is going to be a shock to Japanese way of life in the tropics. It really is. In America, and which I think is transmitted its views of World War II, really sort of talks about the Japanese as great jungle fighters and whatnot. I don't think they were. I'm not saying they were bad jungle fighters. I just think they were good fighters that happened to be fighting in the jungle, fighting the Americans, and because Japan had such poor military industrialization, they don't have big tanks. So their light tanks do well in the jungle, or their light artillery does well in the jungle because it's light, not because they're great jungle fighters. It's just they don't have a lot of big guns to move around. I mean, obviously they have big guns, but not many. And they're mostly, put on ships and things. But, Korea, and I think Taiwan was, or Formosa, however you want to say it back then, there's definitely more preferred immigration policy, most assuredly. But so what they want to do, I think, my understanding, and you could talk to different people at a particular, different leadership elements within Japan and get different answers, even if they're speaking honestly, get different answers to the same question. There were several fascist parties sort of attempted that failed, and it really wasn't until after Tojo becomes head of Prime Minister of Japan that there's, and I'm forgetting what the party they called them, really starts to really somewhat, even then it's not really fascism. It's a different version of state capitalism. It isn't fascism, really. But they sort of absorbed the last of the sort of fascist party into it, as opposed, ideologically fascist. So, it depends on sort of depends on who you are in Japan, because you got to remember Hokkaido up here is rather cold and snowy. Japanese were not great jungle fighters. They were just often more willing to fight in the jungle than their opponents. Absolutely, IKP. That's a good way of putting it. And unlike other opponents that the United States have faced at different times, including like Spain in the Spanish-American War, the Japanese were willing to fight. And not just, if we're winning, we're doing great. If we're losing, we're running away, kind of thing. No, they were willing to fight. And again, like the Philippines, they fight the Spanish. It's mostly sort of a naval battle here in Manila Bay. Should have a bigger bay in here, but yeah. And the Spanish basically give up once that's done because the Spanish aren't stupid. They don't need to fight a losing battle. But then they have to, mostly down in the south, but they have to fight different guerrilla movements. And the guerrilla movements are, doing sort of smart guerrilla things. And hey, if we're winning the ambush, we're fighting it. If we're losing, we're running back into the jungle, or whatever. No, the Japanese were willing to stay and fight, even when the odds were against them. Not that they would retreat, especially if, the sort of death or glory type Japanese elements is mostly because they had nowhere to go. When you're invading a little island here, and these islands are depicted way too huge for just so that we can click on them and see them. But they would, retreat and do, forced marches to the jungle to get out. They were, and towards the end of the Guadalcanal campaign, they were trying to evacuate as many Japanese as they could. They were willing to retreat. It's just when they couldn't retreat, they would then, sort of do what the Americans should have done a few times, like at Wake. They should have just kept fighting because they ended up all being killed anyways. After they surrendered, they all got killed. And had they kept fighting, they probably would have won the initial invasion because the Japanese were losing. And just the different bunker positions were no longer communicating with each other. And so they didn't, the telephone lines that were, field telephone lines that were wired between the bunkers have been cut by the artillery. And so they had no idea if there was anybody alive in the bunker, 200 yards away from them or whatever it was. And they ended up surrendering. And that was a mistake. Should have just fought to the end. But it was sort of that kind of thing. And there was huge amounts of Japanese propaganda at how bad the Americans were going to treat their prisoners. And that's why you see civilians jumping off the cliff in Okinawa and whatnot, because they were told that the Americans were literally going to eat them. Americans don't eat people. Americans have better food. They're not going to eat people. It was literally propaganda like that, and that the Japanese government was pumping out. And I remember seeing, it was a few years ago, but in the more recent Afghan stuff, it was either Afghan or the tribal areas of Pakistan. There was some Afghani, villager was being interviewed or talking about, the Americans are coming over here. They want to take our women. We got to protect our women from the Americans. They want to take our women. Have you seen our women? Do you think the Americans are interested in Afghan women? Yeah, I'm sure there's a few beautiful Afghan women out there. Yeah, but really, you really think we're coming to Afghanistan to take your women? Really, people? And somebody's probably told you that to get you upset with us, because they do sort of, different tribes raid each other still to this day and kidnap people and whatnot. No, we're not interested in Afghan women. The Americans there. We may be, if you have oil, we may be interested in your oil or something. Now, under Trump, we had plenty of oil, but now that we're under Biden, we're having to import oil again because he shut down a bunch of stuff. So, Democrats, we're going to invade you for your oil. Republicans, we want our own oil. But the Japanese did horrendous anti-American propaganda that made the Japanese soldier, made the Japanese civilian think that surrender to the Americans was going to be some horrendously bad thing, and not just be defeated and be taken prisoners of war. And yes, there was a lot of shame for the Japanese soldier to be taken as a prisoner of war, and what would his reception be had he ever returned home. There is definite that type of stuff going on, but you definitely there are rare examples of Japanese being taken prisoners by the Chinese. Definitely a few more examples of, in the early Khalkhin Gol, which is out here, battles, but there were a few others along the area. The Russians, the Soviets, whatever, taking Japanese prisoners, and some prisoner exchanges and whatnot. But Yeah, it's not quite the hardcore situation. And in China and things, if things were going bad, Japanese units would withdraw. I mean, it's not like, oh yeah, we're never defeated. No, they'd fight their way out, and they also knew that the Chinese mostly weren't going to treat them well if they surrendered to them, because everyone's being very nasty to each other. Well, did the U.S. offer the Japanese peace treaty negotiation, or was it unconditional? It was unconditional surrender. Um, and that also, it drove everybody on the Axis side to fight harder. I think it Tehran or the Casablanca conference, whichever one it was, I forget, that at least the Western powers, and I think the Soviets were also there, basically came and said, we're only accepting unconditional surrender. So that makes the Germans fight harder, longer. It doesn't really make the Italians fight longer, harder. They were willing to surrender unconditionally. Because, look at the Italians. They had lots of Italians living in America, and lots of Italians born in America. And there was a lot, warmer relations between America and Italy before the war. And hey, in the last big war, Italy was an ally of the West. So they sort of knew that, hey, if we lost, well, things are changed, but life will get on and life will be okay. Germany, unconditional surrender. And of course, it made the Nazis, knowing that they weren't going to survive as a government, and maybe not, depending on who they were, survive as people, especially if they look in the East and who was going to be occupying them, because again, if you're surrendering in, I don't know, 1943, before D-Day, and you're unconditionally surrendering, who's more likely occupying Germany, Britain and America in 1943? Britain and America, or the Soviet Union? Yeah, Soviet Union, for the Nazis, it might not be survivable. And so Germany definitely fights on longer and harder. Japan wants a negotiated surrender. They vehemently thought, okay, again, I know this is turning out to be a history lesson episode and not a game playing one, which I'll have to label it as such. Japan has only fought one war with Western powers, and that's the Russo-Japanese War. Basically, it was, Port Arthur down here was a Russian possession. The Russians were pushing into this region, not necessarily against the Japanese, but just pushing into this region. Japan is worried about a European power being so close. It's different than, a little Shanghai enclave. No, Shanghai is up here. Shanghai enclave, or a Hong Kong and whatnot. It's a little different than that. It's pushing in. It's different than a colony. It was pushing in, and it wants to push into the region as well. It's a Japanese surprise attack, I believe, against the Russian fleet up here in Vladivostok, but maybe it was Port Arthur. God, I don't remember. When I start talking about these things, I don't have notes or anything in front of me. But it's one of the places, a Japanese surprise attack against the Navy, which doesn't, if I remember correctly, doesn't go so well. And so this becomes sort of trench warfare going on. Japanese versus the Russians. It actually, in a lot of ways, presages what is going to happen in Western Europe in the trench warfare. And neither party is able to get to winning situation. Japan, whose primary ally is Britain at the time, just can't quite defeat the Russians. The Russians are on the defensive, though, basically, is in all places. They're on the defensive. Russia and Drakchinifel, very good YouTube channel, had a great two-part episodes in his channel of the Russian fleet sailing all the way around the world up to Japan. So the main high seas, it's great. And he says the most remarkable thing is that the Russians actually made it there. and talked about stuff. Lots of crazy stuff went on during that operation, but yeah. And so the Russians come in the Straits of Tsushima, which is sort of right here. Don't know specifically because there's Tsushima Island, which side or whatever. The Russian fleet's coming out here. Japan sinks the Russian high seas fleet, and that basically means the end of the war, because now Russia can no longer do anything. It is on the defensive. Japan is unable to push things to a victorious conclusion, because in a way, unless you, and the Russians were good enough, unless you somehow outmaneuver and trap and destroy their armies, they can always continue to sort of withdraw, And remember, they don't have Manchukuo or anything at the time. I think they had Korea, but they don't have, any of this territory here. So the Russians can keep withdrawing back up their supply lines. And so, and their goal was to, get sort of Port Arthur out here and sort of, back off Russia, back off, Asia's ours kind of thing. Don't come and mess in our area. That was their war goals. So Teddy Roosevelt, actually, who got a Nobel Peace Prize, gets the Japanese and the Russians to negotiate an end of the war. Okay, that's Japan's experience with imperial powers. Japan, particularly the Japanese naval settings, but Japan rather likes America. They did and they do. But the Japanese Navy liked America. The Japanese Navy is based on, naval thought is based on an American naval historian and strategist, Alfred Thayer Mahan. They're a Mahanian Navy. They like America. They plan to go to war with America because, not because they don't like America, but because there's no one else that's going to challenge them. They know the British. Well, if the British go to war with us, we're fine. We're good. Yeah, British has the biggest fleet in the world, but yeah, it's all over the world. It's not here. The French, yeah, no problem. The Russians, we've already defeated them. And then, of course, World War I breaks out, and they disappear, and they're now the Soviets, and they're their own thing. And they're worried about the Soviets, but not worried about the Soviet Navy. And so the French, the Germans, they don't have a navy anymore. Italy, the Italian Navy can't get out of the goddamn Mediterranean in any way, shape, or form of a significant element. And I mean that literally. They cannot get out of the Mediterranean because they don't have the legs, the ability to sail their ships and get outside of Japan without help. I mean, if Britain will allow them to, feed off of, Hong Kong and Singapore and whatnot and support Italian actions, they could maybe get the ships there, but they have no ability to operate in the Pacific Ocean. Without British permission, they can't freaking get out of the Mediterranean anyways, but whether they just sort of sail out anyways, it's not a worry. And Britain's not really much of a worry. It's America is potentially the worry. So they plan, nations plan to fight the biggest potential threats. So they were planning to fight the Americans because they liked America, but America owned the Philippines, America owned Guam, America owned Hawaii. Well, we might come into conflict one day, and who are we most worried about? It's America, if we come into conflict. So the Japanese Navy truly believed that someday there was going to be a war with America. Now, what the Japanese, again, viewpoint was partially based off their Russian experience, was that, I don't know, they were going to have a conflict somewhere. Some Japanese were going to shoot at some Americans, and we're going to be at war with each other. And so, America will sail its fleet out here, and there'll be a big battle. And the Japanese, of course, were hoping to sink the American fleet. But whoever won, this is all going to negotiations, whoever won that big sea battle, whoever's going to sink the other enemy's fleet, they're going to win the war, and we'll negotiate what the settlement's going to be. Does Japan get the Philippines, or does America get Formosa or something? They were going to, negotiate a surrender treaty, and okay, it was going to be settled. It's sort of like, two brothers fighting, or two, childhood friends, in their years have a fight over something, and then figure out who wins, and then get back to being brothers or friends or whatever. That's how they viewed what was going to happen. Well, they really pissed off America and found out, oh shit, America isn't going to negotiate a peace. We either have to surrender, something that Japan has never done, and it's not just because Japanese have surrendered to each other. The daimyos, before you get the shogun, they were fighting each other for suppression. But the emperor, sometimes in control, sometimes just a figurehead living off in Kyoto or wherever. But Japan itself has never surrendered. There was 2 Mongol invasions. And the Americans showing up with Perry's fleet wasn't really a surrender. It was more like, oh shit, you mean that's what the world's like outside? We got to update. But so they've never surrendered. They weren't culturally, emotionally, however you want to say it, ready for surrender. And so they fought on to the bitter end, until 2 nukes showed them that, yeah, if you don't surrender, you're done. Because America wasn't going to stop until there was total surrender by Japan. And America wasn't going to, it was total war. It wasn't just war against other soldiers. They were going to, obliterate Japan. Now, they only had 2 atomic bombs, but Japan doesn't know this. But they've already had firestorms, and they picked Hiroshima and Nagasaki as Hiroshima, and this is Nagasaki down here, as their targets, because those were 2 cities, major cities at the time, that had yet to be bombed, because they wanted to show what one bomb could do to an unbombed city. There were other cities. There was like 4 or 5 major cities that were on the target list, but these were the first 2. And already the Tokyo bombings were bad. They were specifically in Tokyo, trying to avoid the Imperial Palace at the time of Tokyo. They were also trying to sort of avoid the sort of Osaka, Kyoto type areas too, because they're sort of imperial cultural heritage. But they were bombing industrial cities like mad, especially down here in Yokohama. But they were going to bomb everywhere eventually, and Japan just realizes, yeah, there is either true and total defeat or there's surrender. There isn't going to be a secondary option. So they surrender. So that's our Japanese cultural experience. And I think we're going to need to end this episode, not the live stream, just this episode here, as on my views on Japan and World War II. And Japan gets ugly. Japan trying to choose my words correctly. Japan does a lot of biological and chemical warfare testing. Japan just gets really, really ugly even before the major war starts. And they don't have, to the best of my knowledge, the sort of ideas of wiping out large populations just because they exist, like the Germans do with the Jews or the Slavs or whatever they want to wipe out. But their tactics are just as ugly as anything the SS were doing. They would use any measures, any mass killings that they felt they needed to do. So that's sort of, and what is... Okay, it's a bit weird. Simple peace treaty would stop the war easy and first, and Japan might end. But U.S. acting No, they didn't. No, I would disagree with that. If you're leaving lawless, have a good day. Glad to have you here. Um, no, it you have to understand. America was not boneheaded in its opinion because Japan. Um, how do I put this? Um, Japan wasn't going to allow the regime of Tojo and the generals and whatever to stay in power. It would be like allowing the Nazis, like, oh, okay, yeah. Hitler, you get to stay in power. You get to still do what you're going to do with the Jews, and you get to keep Poland because, yeah, you get to keep Poland, but you'll have to leave France. No, Japan wasn't going to give up Korea, wasn't going to give up Formosa, really. It wasn't planning on giving up some of its puppets. It wasn't a question, Japan wasn't and never came up and said, oh, okay, you sunk our fleet at Midway. We'll negotiate a peace treaty with you. They never offered that. Okay, Japan doesn't even tell the army for about a month, or maybe longer, that they even lose at Midway. I mean, they don't even tell the army that all their carriers get sunk. The army doesn't know this. They know that there was a battle and the Japanese didn't win, but they didn't quite tell how bad it was. No, this wasn't a case of Japan offering, here, we'll do a peace treaty and surrender. No, they weren't willing to negotiate a situation in which their leaders had to surrender themselves. And America wasn't going to allow Japanese versions of Nazis. I'm saying it Japanese versions. They weren't Nazis, but they were these imperialists to do their big war and then just stay in power. It's sort of like, yeah, the fascist Grand Council deposes Mussolini and concludes a peace treaty with the Western Allies. But that doesn't mean the fascists get to stay in power in Italy. It doesn't mean that Italy is not occupied. And that's obviously why the war continues in Italy, Allies versus Germany there. And so that it isn't just a simple thing. Japan was not willing to, because one of the early, even before the unconditional surrender, they weren't willing to. They weren't ever saying, "Well, we'll leave China and we'll leave the Philippines and we'll leave Indochina and we'll leave Singapore and we'll leave all of these places and just go back to Japan and we'll keep Korea, and leave Manchuria out. We'll get out of all of that stuff and have a peace." There was never that sort of situation. It wasn't that way. Now, and you got to remember, it's well into 45 that major fighting was still going on with Japan. So 44, 45, America is not willing to set up a conditional situation in which the Japanese regime gets to stay in power. They want unconditional warfare. Maybe at 44, late 44, 45, the Japanese government might have been willing to negotiate a withdrawal entirely from China. No, I'm not saying Korea even mentally, but from China, but stay in military power. And America just wasn't going to put up with that. And no, Britain and France and Australia, no one else was willing to put up with that. The Philippines, you want to go ask the Philippines, does Tojo get to stay in power in Tokyo? No. That was a no thing. So it's not just that. It's more than that, and it's So what Japan was willing to negotiate, win or loss, for like the big fleet battle that never really happened never really happened. I mean, they tried to have a few, but it never really happened. It wasn't major war aims, shall we say. China was never on the table for Japan. Really, at least as best as I could tell. So it wasn't that. So it's sort of like, are you willing to have peace with Hitler, but he gets to keep Poland? That's why he went to war. Why was America putting embargoes on Japan? It was because of what they were doing to China. Japan, at no time that I understand, was even contemplating, publicly stating, or even privately through diplomatic sources, that we're willing to withdraw entirely from China. They weren't willing to go there, and that would mean places like Port Arthur, Manchukuo. They nowhere was that on the table, and that was America was not looking for a war with Japan, but was going to, well, if you're going to be that bad of a neighbor in the world, invading and butchering China, and we like China, well, we're going to stop doing business with you. You don't get to do business with America. They weren't blockading it. They weren't forcing other nations to not trade with them. If the Soviets wanted to trade with Japan, well, America wasn't going to do anything about that. The Dutch didn't like what was going on, so they weren't trading with them. The British weren't trading with them. The French weren't trading with them because they were upset with them. And no one is obligated to trade with one nation is not obligated to trade with another nation. If China does not want to sell semiconductors to the United States, China doesn't have to. Okay. Now it may throw the world into chaos. And it's really stupid how much we've let China undercut domestic production in different places in the world so that they go out of business, so it becomes, if not a single source, at least the primary source for certain medicines and for certain things like semiconductors. Not the only source, because there is some in Japan and there is some in Taiwan, and Taiwan is its own country. Okay, YouTube, you can ban me now. It can throw the world into chaos and stop trading something if it wishes to. It's China's right to not trade with either one nation or not trade with any nation. And so that is not a cause for war. Invading somebody else, blockading somebody else, sinking somebody else's ships, that is a cause for war. That's different. So the United States was putting economic pressure on Japan in an attempt to change Japan's behavior. But it was only putting pressure based on itself. It was never, to the best of anything that I've ever read, and I've read a bunch, it was never a thing like, well, if you do business with Japan, we will stop doing business with you. Like Peru, actually, at the time, was doing for whatever, because there's basically sort of a Japanese colony in Peru, if you guys don't know. One of the Peruvian, I think it was in the 80s or the 90s, one of the Peruvian prime ministers or whatever was of Japanese descent. There is sort of a small, if you will, sort of like it was in America, not like it's carved out colony, but just sort of an immigration colony into Peru. And so they were doing a lot of trading between Peru and Japan before World War II. It was never any sort of like, well, if you trade with Japan, Peru, you don't get to trade with America. No, it was just American business, American whatever was not allowed to trade with Japan. And that's not why Japan attacks America. That's why Japan attacks here. And America's sitting, fight here. It has some ships and some divisions sitting in the Philippines, and it's their colony. So America is sitting in between them and their goal, and they figure America might get a little upset when we attack Britain and the Dutch, and so they might come into the war, and then it could be a problem. So let's just deal with it first. So yeah, it was never that kind of thing. I would say Japan, definitely after like the Midway battle, they would have maybe, if America was willing to, okay, Japan, you can keep the Dutch East Indies, you can keep Singapore, you can keep fighting your war in Japan, but just give us back our Philippines and Guam, and then we'll be all good again. Yeah, they would have negotiated those terms. Or something like that. I think they would have. But America was not in the mood to let them keep fighting in China. That was never a situation, as I see it. And you've got somebody who knows it better, because I don't think TIK has done much looking at the Pacific War, but if he ever gets into better research and says I'm incorrect, fine. I'm open to better research than I've done, that's for sure. Well, thank you, everyone. I know we were closing out a while ago, but we will do so now. Thanks, everyone. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys, let me make a save here. I'm going to stop and restart Heart of Iron, just because we've been sitting way too long. If you let it sit a long time. So your screen is going to go black, but we will be back to make another episode. But they could simply, agreement about the new peaceful government. Okay, well, you see, you're still negotiating with Japan over the emperor situation in Japan was a serious problem. I'm scared of the dark. No, yes, Kevin. Good. Good. America is very unsure of the emperor and just how much influence he had. And I would say he had influence in a practical sense. The emperor had influence. The emperor did not govern or rule Japan. Those are two different terms, govern and rule. He did not govern or rule. He was had lots of influence on the government, but he was sort of like, I don't know, like some sort of super Supreme Court justice or something like that. But he was not, he sort of had this semi-godlike, and I think it's somewhat overplayed in some of the movies made, people bowing to his portrait whenever they see it and things like that. Not that they didn't do that with Formally Out, and like no one had ever always had to turn their head and look away from the emperor or something. If you actually look at a lot of the photos of like, and I've been collecting some of these stuff for possible future mods or something, I don't know, but dealing with Japan. The emperor visiting the Japanese Imperial fleet, and he's on board a ship, and you see, a bunch of high-ranking, admiral types and, chosen captains standing around him, and then, but you see in the background, Japanese sailors, and they aren't like all head way down and no one looking at the emperor. They're all looking at the emperor, all very respectful. So, hey, Beam Slam. Good to have you here. So, it isn't quite what maybe either American propaganda paints or the Americans thought, but you have to look at it, obviously from the American perspective. If you're going to look at it from the Americans' perspective, you have, I think, what is it, 35, 36, or somewhere around there, a Japanese military coup in that some, middle-ranking officers assassinate a rather sort of peaceful-appearing Japanese prime minister just because he's wanting to not invade everybody, in China particularly. So you have a military, and it's approved by higher command, but it's sort of not planned by higher command. It's sort of like, oh yeah, Sam, Bob, and George, I hear, are going to try to kill the prime minister. Oh, that's interesting. Instead of trying to, let's go arrest them, as some general or field marshal or whatever the Japanese military says, that's interesting. Wonder how that's going to work out, kind of thing. Oh, it worked out for the well. If it didn't work out for good, then they would be arrested and executed for attempting to assassinate a prime minister. It's just sort of a way to sort of keep the higher ups out of it, but without the higher ups actually, at least my understanding, is planning it. But so America is sort of seeing this military coup in Japan, seeing that the emperor has ultimate authority, and he sort of does, but it's sort of more influence than ruling. Ultimate authority, I believe, had the British counterattacked out of Singapore and destroyed, I think it was Yamashita's force here, because that's what would have happened, destroyed the force. Not that everybody would have been dead, or I don't know how many would have been captured, but destroyed Yamashita's force. Not that the British could have held it indefinitely, but had they done that, along with not sinking the American carrier fleet, I think there's a real possibility that the emperor would have asked questions, because he was just my understanding is he was being told of the various successes of the Japanese military, both Navy and Army. And it was like, oh, okay, you're doing good. You've got this handled. You're doing good. Okay, you got this handled, kind of response to what was going on. Because we even see in 1945 a small attempt at a coup against the emperor, when the emperor is trying to, because he records his surrender message that he's going to play out on the radio to both the Japanese people, to get it out to the Japanese people and the average Japanese soldier and sailor, as well as getting it out to the Americans, that there is an attempt to stop that recording from being played, and there's people die, there's firefights, and they're attempting to arrest the emperor, and it's only really sort of the close imperial guard that's around him that fights off this military attempt to take him out. Again, something that the high ups like Tojo couldn't be seen doing, killing the emperor, because you just end up having a new emperor, because his successor would be the next emperor, and probably whoever did it would have to die, but they were willing to sacrifice, afterwards, oh, well, you killed the emperor, you're going to have to die, that's bad. But so it was sort of a low level mini civil war, just sort of based in Tokyo. The emperor is trying to surrender, and the Japanese are trying to at least arrest him, but he was probably going to die in the attempt of whatever, just make sure he goes away and keep him from surrendering at the end of the war. So the Americans, that's obviously not in the planning, but Americans are observing what's going on, and so they've got to make sure. There is a lot of sentiment in America that the emperor is going to, it's going to be like the Kaiser in Germany. Is we're going to form the Japanese Republic or something. But MacArthur is able to do a deal and keep things going. But you have to have it unconditional, so they can't do later resistance. So it's a pretty hard thing. Husband, let me read some of the chat. Doing better. Good. Tojo would consider a moral killing emperor. Well, I don't know exactly how in real life Tojo would consider a moral killing the emperor. I don't know. He would let it happen, I think, if he thought there a way out. Remember, Tojo, his main job before he sort of moves initially to being sort of the the army minister in politics, he was head of Kempeitai, the sort of the secret police in Manchukuo. See, he's a secret police leader. He isn't a brilliant field general like Yamashita or somebody. He isn't an admiral, who's trained to go fight in large naval things. He's an internal security guy. Sort of like he's the Himmler of the Japanese army, basically. Either Reinhard Heydrich or Himmler. One of the two, however you want to do that. And so yeah, Tojo is sort of coming out of the sort of most evil of Japanese type organizations and coming to power. So yeah, that is not good. Let's see if there's anything here. Yeah, prepare. We've got that. Again, right now with the version, so it's been fixed later. If we get this current version, if we get Finland in our faction, Soviet Union immediately declares war and it becomes a problem. Okay. Right. Well, let's actually make proper episodes. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41. But before we get into that, I want to thank the Hoffmanator and Sirkan for their previous support over on Patreon. It really super helps. I'm really pleased with that. Thank you so much. But everybody else, I just wish you would hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and post a comment below. That's all I ask. Now, we have lost somehow a light infantry brigade, if you will. So we need to get another one of these. I don't know how it happened. And we're going to move it up to the front because I actually want to get that division going back into operation. Unless somehow did I switch something out there and then we'd have a light infantry brigade without anything else. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Skill. Looking for a Panzer Commander. Okay, we can do him. No, let's not forget our drive on Moscow. I'm not sure if it actually helps, but I've been told if you make a save very early at the start of the game, it helps keep from having problems with saving later on. You can tack over there. Okay. So we've landed here, and it looks like we're going to take here. Okay, acrylic bubble. I don't know that the Germans ever really got into acrylic during the war. Battleship crew training. We are a little over on our stuff, so we'll just end that for the moment. Iraq is mobilizing. Well, I'm going to give them a little bit more time to join the axis of evil. Okay. Iraq with the value of that, everything towards that. Invite to faction. Okay, they're almost there. Okay, so we're going to give them a little more time, and then we'll get them into the axis. How is our revolt? Well, yeah, okay. Ooh, we have those 4. Yes, okay. Don't want to forget those or use those badly. So what we're going to do is drop all of these guys here. They should all be the same. So what we're going to do is take this Ersatz Panzer Brigade and that, and hit R. Why do we have the... Okay, well, let me try this one. Do they all have HQs, or have I just messed this up? Maybe I should redo some of that. No, they shouldn't. I think maybe only that one does, and I shouldn't have put one there. Okay, well, yeah, we'll just move these two. Now, we now have 4 somewhat decent armored divisions. We have that somewhat decent armored division. Yeah, there's some remotorized infantry. They aren't going to move as fast as regular, but they're okay. And we got a heavy armor unit there. So we're going to create... Let's send one of the lights down to join with the heavy here. And yes, one of the mediums. We're going to create, in essence, 3 cores of armor here. Yeah, we need to have Arno well so he can be a good moderator. He is a good moderator, but yeah, we need to keep him well. Okay. So that will be 6 armored divisions in the west, equipped with French vehicles, which aren't great, but they're at least somewhat decent. And that will allow us to have all of our armored divisions, all of our proper ones, in the west. Okay, there, get our Jaeger Corps. Yeah, I think this is the one we're going to move north. Is it though? Okay, we have, let's see, we have how many things can and we should we do at once? Yeah, I think you guys are going to come down to play fun and games. Well, actually, you know, well, no. Oh, well, no, I guess some of you guys are already heading down here. Yeah, I guess, but we'll keep you here and you here. Yeah, you're coming for a Mediterranean holiday. And you guys are sort of cold weather mountain type units, but there's no mountains up here, but there's eventual cold weather and there's forests. I don't know. We'll send you up. Well, we'll send you up. Yeah. So I'm thinking for operations up in here. So we can move you to here. Hey, Van Bishop. Good to have you here. Yeah, eventually there, yes, 35. There are some scripted invasions that will happen so long as I haven't conquered Britain. So, we'll leave him out of this. We'll leave him out of this. Right. I'm thinking maybe down here. I don't play scientifically, I'm sorry. Ah, this other, yeah, this guy, this special purpose armor, he's going to come up to here. Mm-hmm. Well, I think this is enough armor for the south. Is what's here. Yeah, so. And you may be going, what? Why wouldn't you want more? Well, it's more of a logistical issue than anything else. I guess we'll move you here. Okay, you're not even that down. Okay, we'll send you here. Yeah, I know. I'm just sort of winging all this stuff. I guess that's how I like to play. Oh, let's get all of the units up here. Okay. Better organized. Don't need to occupy Switzerland with a lot of armored forces. There we go. Okay. So our first invasion down here is worked. Now we've got to see about what we're going to do with Malta. These guys have been bombing down here. Very nice. Come back up to here. You fly back up to there. Italy no longer has significant, shouldn't have, at least I don't think it does, problems with supply in North Africa, seeing as how it controls much of the Mediterranean there. Right now it's a question of distance for Malta. I'm not Malta, Gibraltar. I mean, because we are looking at. I don't know what I can get there. Until I find out how close, if I were to get some, either from here in Tunisia or up here, some of my landing craft, whether they would actually make it there. I know none of my aircraft can make it there to do like a parachute landing. So I don't know unless I get, once I get Vichy France in the Axis. Maybe I should probably already have been doing it, and I don't know that I am. Okay, it's already being influenced. Okay, so Italy's already influencing Vichy France to be in our faction. Where are they on the map? They are way up here, mostly drifting towards the Allies. So, yeah, an event may happen with the invasion that will get them in, but I don't know how this is all going to work out. So we will see if I have the capabilities of getting there. Okay, HQs have advanced, and we're going to let that continue because we want to do the delay between attacks reductions. Okay, they're still moving down there. It's just going to take a while. Ooh, what's their supply like? That's why it's taking so long, I bet. No, they still have supply. Okay, so long as they're still supplied, we're good. Then if not, I gotta fly in supplies. Just a few divisions, that shouldn't be too big of a problem. Okay. You get on board ships. You get on board ships. Oh, you know what who I do need here down here, I just realized? You should come down here and be ready for the Malta invasion, because that would be useful. Okay, we're going to bring all of you down to, well, at least here. Rebase. And you guys are going to come up to here and pick those guys up. No, I'm just eyeballing this, but we have really good panzer divisions, motorized infantry divisions, mountain light infantry. Yeah, we don't need more. You come to there. We'll move you off soon. Up to Europe. Yeah, everybody just come to their rebase. Bombing sites have advanced. Very good. Was it under bombing? Avionics? Yeah, there we are. I think we'll just continue improving these. Okay, we're overstacking this base dramatically, so we're not repairing anything. Okay. They can come down to there. They can come down to there. That will fill them up, but not overfill them. They're doing okay, they're doing okay, they're not. Just a little overfull. Yeah. Come down here, then get repaired. Oh good, you're taking out the evil, nasty, nasty partisans, eh? Okay, yes, some HQ improvements. Oh, that HQ is supposed to be commanding these troops down here, so, well, yeah, we'll leave him there and we'll get that. Uh-oh. Got here, but they're counterattacking. All right. Now what we need to do is come to production, create a convoy, create a supply convoy, come out of, let's go with Paula, and we're going to come down to here and send supplies straight into there. yes, we'll let that continue, and yes, we'll take the HQs. Now we've got 2 divisions here defending, and 3. Some with some armor. Yes, we will give you energy, and ooh, they're ready to join the faction. So let's go save game. Make sure that this works well, or I can come back to this point if I need to. Well, loading and restarting didn't lose us Afghanistan, which I think it's lost us Iran, or there were some events. I don't know which. Iraq. You want to join the Axis of Evil, don't you? Yes. Axis of Evil joined. Right. Okay. You guys come up here. Yeah, this is when we lost one of these in the previous attacks. This is when we lost that brigade. Well, okay. Let's go to this view here. We see we've got lots and lots of mountains. So, mountain and armor. I guess you're going to come to here. Rommel's Africa Corps. I guess we can come down to here. I mean, eventually going to get up to here to go into the Caucasus. And yeah, I guess there, I don't know. Just head east, basically. So they actually should have naval and air superiority in the Med by now. That should, yes, we are doing pretty well. We can see here they have the, hard to read here. RES, don't know which battleship that is. They have a CIA, a CVL maybe. They've still got some stuff operating in and around here. Not a lot, but we have the Kriegsmarine here with the Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Bismarck, Tirpitz, Deutschland, Admiral Scheer, and the Grosspay. The Admiral Hipper is being repaired. We can see that there. He's sort of sitting there. So we have that. That's going to help with there. And in an earlier episodes, I did an airborne invasion. It wasn't. I don't think I could. I don't know that I would have won if I was able to drop all my paratroopers, but the paratroopers that I could drop were not enough to win. We need another regional army down here. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. No, not von Mackensen. Henry C. Repronounce that. I don't know. He's going to get that command. We're going to give it under. I think it's Harris Group A is who's commanding down here. Let me find. Maybe I've already over. Yeah. We need to remove a couple of these. Yep, von Kleist is no longer going to be under there. Guderian, von Manstein, no. No. You should go east. Yeah, I guess we'll form up to there. The Royal Marines must have slept while the Kriegsmarine moves out. Actually, what the Kriegsmarine, the Royal Navy, you know what they did is I moved them up to Norway here, and then moved them all the way out to here, all the way out around and around and around and around to Mogadishu. Then we've just recently escorted an invasion here, and now they've come up to there. So they've went all the way around. Yeah, they've had a long journey to get to there. And list, we will also undo this unit here. Okay, select all. Well, at least get them into the right theater. We'll figure that out later. Yeah, it was a bit trying. Now you're gonna be part of our drive on Moscow. Some stugs. Right. Okay. So this now Army Group A. Where are you? Army Group A. Army Group A. There it is, Army Group A. And you're moving down here. Now you get to, there we go. Okay, so at least now we have a little better command structure set up for you, which will get bonuses. You're leaving that, you're going to come under him as well. Okay, if we get all of you, no, you can't all get on board these boats. No, we can't get them all on because they're not all there. I'll move the divisions first, then the, okay, that's priorities. In German army back then. Well, yeah, thank God I wasn't, because Germany lost and I'm not a Nazi and all that stuff yet. And I do very much realize I'm playing a war game that is not 100% realistic, if you will. And I've gotten good at knowing what's going on here. I still have plans once I get TRE done for the relatively recent version of Black Ice. I want to write over Malta, air superior over Malta area here. I want to set up a multiplayer campaign. And where, of course, yes, I play as Germany, but I'm actually playing against humans and not against the AI. That is what I really, really want to do. And I hope people will want to watch it. Yes, we're focusing mostly on, right now, naval striking. That area. Now we're also going to put these guys, which should have been out operating before this, naval striking in this area. Just shipping coming to and from Malta. Hopefully we will. All right, let's see. How are we? Okay, we are here. Well, organize back up. Can we put you out here? Yes, convoy rating passive. And that just means they go home if they get damaged enough, hopefully before they get sunk. Let's put these guys way out here. We're gonna move these guys so they're, let's rate up a little bit more up here. Convoy rating passive up there. See if coming off of here, the Dutch and French colonies catches any raiders. Covert convoy. Okay, these guys are still working up. All right. Okay, light escort. Cool. Right, okay, well, we need, I don't know that we're ever worrying about that. We just wanted to get that up a little better. Targeting choice improvements, that's nice. Oh, we stole some British blueprints. Finally, our spies have done good. Okay, our spies have stolen plans that let us improve our abilities in command core structure to level 3, giving the following benefits: radio strength plus 6%, combat reinforcement chance plus 9%, encirclement plus 3%, backhand blow plus 3%, and advanced assault. So this isn't really blueprints. This would be manuals, or tactical manuals would be a good term. Command core structure level 3. Let's just like to see, is that nope, that would be here, command core structure. We can't, well, we've gone to level 3. This next would be level 4 to research. It's not even open to us until we do some research, some other things, probably in and around here. But yeah, so we've jumped a little bit ahead there. Good. Which helps our capabilities. While I'm mentioning this, let's do... yeah, Sherplunk doctrine research. Okay, they're almost, well, they're there now. Okay. Okay, Guderian needs to get on board the boat. Where is most of his force? There. There, yeah, so he needs to get on the boat. Although I think some of his force is going to end up going back. But he needs to get on the boat. I think we're just going to move him as another possible HQ. And again, here, another possible HQ. Yeah, I don't know if we can get... No, I don't want to send too many more forces that way. Yeah, okay. You guys transport him to there. That sounds like a good plan. Well, any of these I want to move now? No. Okay, let's... Actually, you know, I'm going to leave the damaged one behind, because if it sinks, anything sort of on it that there wouldn't survive. So you get to come up to here. You get on here. That way we'll have some special purpose. Armor for naval invasions. Industrial spies seem not efficient, generally, in my experience. Okay, yeah, you're right. It is generally more efficient to research the technologies than it is to, try to steal the technologies. I think that is what's going to happen. Now, or be the best. As a blanket statement. One of the reasons I believe why we don't steal more than we normally do, or than we could possibly, is we cannot steal techs that are actually equal to or lower than ours. So I don't know if we're getting like, oh yeah, get a die roll to steal. Oh, it's this. Well, there's not an event. It's at 41 and we're already at 42 or whatever. So there, I think, is some of that we're already so advanced that we're not stealing very much. But what it also does, and I do particularly pick Japan and Britain to steal tech from, is that sometimes in here you can make big leaps that I'm not researching in ship operations or whatever. So that's why I sort of look at trying to steal tech from Japan. Hopefully they're doing more advanced naval stuff than I'm doing. So if I can steal some of their technical doctrines or plans, I can jump in. And it is also possible, to my understanding, unless they've marked out some of these as non-stealable, but since I was just able to steal, I guess, the manual, the operational manuals, it's not so much a tech, it's a doctrine that we stole. We might be able to steal some of these other things here. So unless... Oh, is it this? Maybe this is what we... No, this is what we stole. Okay, so yeah, I was wrong because I was thinking it was this thing over here, command core structure there. But what we stole was this command core structure. So we can't even research these because they've now made these sort of mutually exclusive, sort of like more like Hearts of Iron 4 in that they're planned out. So we grabbed up... Now, some of these do at times come available to research over here, depending on various, you can see here combinations of things if we have, grand battle plan or attritional warfare here or whatever. So it's some of those are open. So we were able to snatch that up without being able to research it. So there are some of these types of things that are useful for. So I like doing it. Partially it's like gambling. Gambling is fun, people. But the odds of winning are not good. Don't gamble them. If you're going, oh well, I was going to go spend this movie to some money to go to the movies, or I'm going to go play some blackjack, or go to a Las Vegas show. It's going to cost $50 to go to the Las Vegas show, or I'm going to spend, because I can play blackjack good enough that it'll take me all night to lose $50. So I could spend it to go to a Las Vegas show for a couple hours, or I could spend it at the, blackjack table. They're both fun. So I'm, gambling with entertainment money, not with, there's a big controversy over some Twitch streamers that are streaming them playing, online gambling stuff and getting people hooked on it. And yeah, probably a lot of people irresponsibly gamble, absolutely. But if you're looking at, hey, yeah, playing blackjack for an evening at a Las Vegas casino, or you're looking at going to a Las Vegas show, and you're just looking at it as entertainment money, well, maybe you can walk away. My grandfather played poker, could walk away with a fair amount of money and overall won. But, poker's different than blackjack, and he was good at it. It's what you're doing, and so it's sort of entertainment expenses. So this I sort of look as entertainment expenses, playing, trying to see what I can steal as that. I haven't played in ages, and Black Ice has come in leaps and bounds. Then back then I used counterintelligence only. Yeah, I think, no, to me, the best global grand strategy World War II game is Hearts of Iron 3 with Black Ice and with the major submods. It is by far and away the best. The only two things that really drag it down are the supply problems. The supply system sucks. It's there and it sort of kind of works, but it sucks. And the sort of the opposition AI is not that good in combat. It's not that good. That to me. Now there are improvements like in Hearts of Iron 4 of you manufacture equipment and then you train units. So you're actually manufacturing Panzer IVs and whatnot, and there are improvements, but Hearts of Iron 4 is not better. But this as and Hearts of Iron 4 has also gone off into fantasy land way too much. Restore the Kaiser in Germany or fascist America, play as fascist. Yeah, that's fantasy stuff to me. I mean, maybe fun to play. And I really do like the mod Kaiserreich, which is now, see, if you're going to do a fantasy thing, and now I call it the weird and wacky world of Kaiserreich because it isn't just if Germany had won World War One. There's all kinds of crazy stuff going on. It's a fun, crazy game, but it isn't World War Two. So Kaiserreich's really cool, but it ain't World War II. So you can do other things. I like World War II. This is the best, in my opinion, hands down. Now, Strategic Command, War Plan, they're good. They're very good. I love them. But this is still just better. And it's the amount of level of detail. Do you want to play and deal with all of these technologies and all the prerequisites? Do you want to deal with all of, the diplomacy and all of the production and all of this stuff? Then this is what you should play. But if you want a more simplified game of like War Plan or Strategic Command, I love those games. They're very good. They do what they're doing very well. It depends on the level of complexity. I do think War in the East 2. I played some War in the East 1. I've watched War in the West and War in the Pacific. But those are better theater games. If you just want to play a theater, they do the theaters better. I know War in Flames exists on the computer, but since there's no AI, I've never played it. So I really can't comment on that. So, so if you're looking for a grand strategy global World War II game to play, this is it. And once I get Third Reich events updated and done for the latest Black Ice, get the other sub mods all working, then I'm planning on trying to, whether it's other YouTubers or just some other people, and I have some volunteers, at least one YouTuber volunteering, small time, smaller than my channel, but I am planning on doing seeing what we can do to do a multiplayer campaign of hopefully at least 6 players taking, Germany, Italy, and Japan versus US, Britain, and Soviet Union, whether we can. And the more players you have, the potentially more unstable the game and whatnot, but we'll see what we can do. I want to play that out as, it's the lack of the AI in World in Flames, it just sort of kills it for me. Not that I wouldn't want to play it, but I just never been in a situation to know that I have people that could play it on the computer against me, and it is expensive. And so I've never played World in Flames. I used to, way back in the 80s, I think it was, or early 90s, go to some of these gaming conventions, and they had a wall that was probably 20 feet long that they had the maps mounted onto sort of, and it's a bit of an angle. And I guess, I don't know if all the little counters or whatever had magnets on it or something. And they were, playing this thing that these people that, it was, floor to ceiling, well, not to ceiling, and the thing was too high, but you'd have to reach up to deal with the top of the map and the bottom of the map. And, playing this grand campaign, and man, that looked great to me. I've never bought the game or played it or really know how to play it. So that might be better. I know there's lots of expansions for it. I don't know how much of the expansions have been translated into the computer game, some or all of them. This is still the best for me. I mean, like I say, there's really good things with Hearts of Iron 4. Hearts of Iron 4 is still in development. We'll see how that continues to develop. It might get better. I don't know. You rebase to there. Okay, so now we have, these guys are going here. They're going to meet up with these landing craft there. These landing craft are coming down to meet up with those. Oh, these guys are not the landing craft. Where are the other? Oh, I guess they all got put onto there today, or no? They're here. Okay. Okay, once they get done with that trip, they're going to come back to there. We're going to get all the landing craft all together. You guys can start shuttling things back to Europe. Oh good, we've caught something at sea. A couple of submarine groups. And where do we go? Oh, a light cruiser out here. RES, don't know what ship that's supposed to be, but that's the battleship that we're facing in a CVL. Okay, commerce, great. I've been waiting to get that. I'm not hoping, but knowing. Okay, yeah, we're gonna let that continue to research. We want to keep whatever commerce we're doing well defended. We need more consumer goods, just try to slowly work down that. Okay, their air power is pretty weak now. Good. So they're coming back to there. No, you need to come back to here now. Okay, we're in December. Oh, you haven't been moving forward. Right, well. Let's look at victory points for Iran. Okay, so mostly down along here. So let me move some, because we do have mountainous terrain down here. So yes, mountain troops will be useful there. Their HQ, come forward to here. Your spare HQ, your military police. You're just sort of hanging out. Okay. What do we have? Oh, just. Yeah, I don't know Vassal. Playing World in Flames. Oh, they're attacking this. Okay, run away, run away. Okay, move. They lost because I shifted it out. Their main brigade. These guys are going to shatter themselves on me, it looks like. Interception tactics, very good. We're going to let that continue. Major victory. Oh, pause, good. Yes, okay, we won here. You, can't you retreat? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, you and you attack there. We need to take out that port, and you support the attack. I'm hoping these units are just shattered enough that they'll fall apart. What researches? Okay, battlefield modified armor increased to 3. That is here. Stop that. Okay, good. We'll cut off these guys, kill them. These guys will be cut off from supply once we get that port. All right, well. Yeah. Okay, you're already full. Right, well, transport these guys up to there. We're still waiting on more, or are they all here? Those two, those, okay, we're all here. First off, let's do that. Don't even want the torpedo boats there, so we'll get just those over there. It makes it possible to play all the old and some new board games on the computer, but it has to do with the moving stuff yourself, yeah. But the opponents were too flaky and vanished soon. Yeah. Don't have space for World in Flames. Yeah, World in Flames is a bit big. Yeah, I definitely hear what Van Bishop says, because I'm not even sure whether I would necessarily go as flaky, but definitely the idea that some of the people, you know, including myself, you know, am I always going to be available and win? You know, that may be a bit, you know, that probably should be okay, we'll put you on board. No, not you. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you can move up here fast. Oh, yeah, because you're coming down to take over overall command. Let's see. Oh, we can. No, he can. Never mind. He can come under. One of these guys can come under the command of the Jaegers. Oh, yeah, under the Folsom Jaeger command. I don't know if it matters what order they get on the boat, but as to who's getting off first. Okay, well, we're pretty full. Yes, yeah, what with vessel? Diplomacy, age. Yeah, I wish I had more time to do more different things too. Okay. Well, let's look at our naval. Have we been sinking anything? Yeah, a little bit. They've been out over here messing with us, it looks like. Well, I think we're going to end this episode, not the live stream, but the episode here, because next episode will be Invasion Malta, and we will try this again. So thank you, everyone, for making it this far. I really do appreciate it. If you haven't already, of course, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. All right, one more episode. Malta, here we come. Invasion Malta. This is Gamer1745, and yes, we're going to be attempting the invasion of Malta here while we're playing Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.43 version. So we have a naval invasion here ready to go. Looks like, oh, we're bombing. Well, we're going after some dive bombers that are acting as fighters? I don't know. Oh, now we may be bombing a destroyer, escort, and a coastal submarine. Right. Quite honestly, right now, between the heavy AA, because we can see here, okay, current intel reports is there are 2 AA units, an anti-tank unit, an artillery unit, 2 HQs, an engineer, 2 garrisons, a heavy AA, or 2 heavy AA, 2 garrisons if I just said one, 2 heavy AA units, a heavy artillery, an infantry battalion, and a light tank battalion. Okay, so that's pretty heavy in there. And if we click over here, try to find a place of the island that we can click on, not get, okay, there we go. We can see that they have level 6 AA built up, lots of fortifications, beach defenses, coastal forts, so they're pretty well defended. I don't know, and from my last experience, I don't know that we're going to be effective in bombing them too much. So what we're going to try to do here is just a straight up naval invasion with maybe an airborne landing after we start this out. And we will experiment to see how well this works. Or did I save this? Let's save this before going out. I don't know. Malta invasion, ME. Because we may come back to it and change some of the tactics. Learn, experiment. So we're coming in with 6 divisions, 1 of infantry, the rest are Jaeger or light infantry divisions. 1 of the Jaeger divisions, not Dittmar, no, he would have maybe been a good commander for that. No, not here. Not that one. Man, I'm going to click them all wrong. There, it has special purpose armor, which basically is amphibious armor. I wonder where they all wonder what they all live on in Malta. Yeah, fish, I'm sure. Okay, we took out a destroyer here. Let's heavy anti-aircraft guns on light vessels, particularly frigates and destroyers. I can handle those. Okay, let's come up here and do small arms. Well, they also grow crops too. There's agriculture on Malta. It's a dry place, but they can get water. Now they had trouble with food, and they did all the gardening and all the crops they could do, and oh, okay, we already had 1 division shattered. Oh no, this is, oh no, this isn't here, this is over here. Oh, this was the unit without the so it went home, which we don't really have an HQ, so it went back up here when it shattered. Yeah, didn't have a infantry battalion because I removed it to switch over there, and that was, yeah, sort of my mistake for not dealing with that better. Okay, no, so that isn't the Malta problem. Yeah, shattering. I was wondering if we had already. Okay, so we're naval battle against the HMS Clyde and whatnot. So I think we'll do. Okay, additional supply production has advanced. Very nice. Is that under? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, we'll do first aid, reduce attrition levels. Okay. And our battle for Malta. So far it's looking good for us, the invasion, though they're not being worn down too badly. Okay, we lost a destroyer to something. How bad are we beat up otherwise? Not that I'm happy with any losses, but okay. Okay, ammunition production has advanced. And military rations. Some of these I just think are detail for detail's sake, but oh well. And I'm not, they don't displease me that they exist like some of the stuff does, but oh, we can do African army recruitment now that we control territory out in places, so we will do so. That will give us some units via decisions or events. Heavy AA guns. Get those flak 88s up and going. And submarine classes have advanced. Is that grayed out? Or yeah. Now we have what's come of, okay, we're still moving there. Okay, we got some more divisions ready to deploy. I'll think about that eventually. Another garrison force, because we got to garrison a lot of stuff. Maybe even Malta here. AA. And some more military police. So it's right, okay, military police. Okay, a few more of these divisions, I think, so we'll just infantry divisions with a sort of heavy artillery focus. Mixed support. Artillery and rockets. Okay, what was... No, we don't want to start production. What was the other... Oh, anti-tank. Yeah, that would be very useful. There we go. To have enough of these. Will be useful. Okay, you got an idea. Have you played a lot of board games in your past, haven't you? What about making a stream series on board games? Yeah, that does interest me. But that's sort of for the future. I grew up playing, when I was really young, I don't know if you'd call it playing, but I mean really young, my dad would take me to this guy's house who had... I was the only kid there, who had a sand table set up in his 2-car garage, the whole thing permanently, basically, and playing HO scale, stuff. Later on, I graduated to micro armor, where I was actually playing still as a kid at a different hobby store. Yeah, I played a lot of like Avalon Hill's Third Reich and the old, Panzer Blitz and Panzer Leader and some advanced squad leader. My cousin was more into that, and he got me into that some and other stuff over the years. It's just getting all that set up, getting cameras set up, and looking at it. It would be a really cool thing to do. I would like to do that, but it's more of a someday than what I'm really sort of prepared to do right now. I do want to build a studio, but first I really need to move and get to a new location and whatnot. Yes, I think they are now under a blockade situation. Malta is. Oh, they're attacking us here. Okay, well, let's attack here just to destroy these units in our rear. We actually need more forces down here. Not a lot more, but a little more. So, we have these guys coming, and they'll move slow, but they'll get there. So I want to do that, and yeah, you can find opponents online to be your opposition, or, oh, the Italians have joined in. Well, very good. Yeah, no, he had a sort of a two-car garage all set up, and about a 2-foot square hole cut in the center of it, so that you could crawl under the table and get in the middle of it to be able to move stuff around. Yeah, those were fun days. I only vaguely remember because I was rather young. I mean, like 5 or 7 years old or something like that, and sort of kind of playing with it. I mean, after a while they got to where they let me play. That I knew the rules well enough, but just sort of give me a token force and whatnot. But still, and I didn't do it all the time or didn't do it a lot, but did it sometimes. So that was rather nice and fun. Okay, pause here. Oh, come on, pause. Okay, now we can expand our industry. Go ahead, metal and satin, industrial and materials. No, we don't need to do that. Okay, what just happened? Japan's invading Leyte? Well, are they at war yet, or no? Let's click here. Diplomacy. Japan. Oh, okay. Well, January 1942, a little late. They've gone to war with the United States of America. In the U.S. and the Philippines. Soviet Union, yes, we'll give you supplies for money because we want more money. This is stupid, but yeah, okay. Yeah, we're into the next year. Okay. About wargame rules or wargaming as a hobby until I accidentally picked up on a box of Donald Featherstones in the library, or a book on Donald. Yeah, done a lot of that. That's why I tell you, a lot of people, oh, this is hard. It's Standard Hearts of Iron 3, or even things like War Plan or Strategic Command and whatnot. They just come naturally to me. That just sort of know all of that. Let's hit this and do that just to make a save in case I clicked the wrong button. I can go back without completely. Let me jump back. Recruit of foreign SS units. Yes, we're going to allow this. It'll cost us some ICs, but gain some manpower and probably other event-given units. Okay. Annual espionage focus. Yeah, we want to continue to get more ruling party support. I'm so not happy with these ministers. I'm so want to get back to mine that I did and whatnot, but I gotta do. Okay, so political spying, we're going to continue with that. Okay, upgrade SS Das Reich. Yes. Choose puppets focus. Okay. See, this is Croatia. Okay. I don't know how this works. I don't know what clicking the focus on energy, metal, rare materials, focus on oil. If they don't have any oil, does that do anything for them or for me? I honestly don't know. You can pick a production field for your, however. Okay, yes, we see the disclosure. Well, okay, maybe, I wish I had a clear explanation for this. And I didn't know about this when I was interviewing the developers. The developers of Black Ice, oh my God, Das G and some of the others were very kind, and there's a very nice interview with them sort of linked in the early elements of this series, and they came on and we talked about things and whatnot. It was a really nice sort of interview I did of them, and they're a good bunch of guys and all this. I just didn't know enough, I asked, well, what don't I know about that I should? They didn't really come up with anything. So I don't know. I guess we're going to go rare materials. I don't know. I don't know how what that really does and work. I mean, I understand the English words they're using, but I don't know what they're. Okay, Major Becker's Martyrs for the Africa Corps. Yes, we will do that. We'll get another units out of that. Okay, I think this will now be for Slovakia. Okay. For Slovakia, Belgrade. Well, I got more rare materials. Steel. Okay, we're gonna go rare material. I can guess, but I don't know. We're gonna choose industrial focus. What other? No, that was Slovakia. I was looking at Serbia. Well, whatever. Now we're at Serbia. We're gonna go rare materials. That was Slovakia. Slovakia has some rare materials too. So, I don't know if it's dumping more of these, factories in for rares extraction. I wish I just knew, not guess, but knew. Okay, we want to do economic boost short term. And we want to do national focus now. Okay, we are really low on manpower. Really low on manpower. Looking at the things here, we may run out of manpower. So what we have, that is our critical element here, I would say. Okay, this will get a 20% boost in manpower. This will get a 10%, 5%, 5%, 2%. No boost on that. So we will go with here 20%. The hair, we're just not focusing on larger army. Okay, we get to build new factories, which I think is better than trying to do brief production, because this continues. The factories stay on. This would just be for the year. Land build speed. Reduce our ICs, but get us some more armaments factories. Don't worry about the lose thing. It's all gain. We can't control why it displays some things goofily, but it does. Metric 6mm. I presume that's the micro armor scale. That's how I I learned the term for that. Okay, we had Becker's. Okay, so now we have a couple of stuff that, well, let's start moving east. I don't know who we're going to attach it to, Rommel or somebody maybe, but okay. Oh, hell. I want to move it out onto the ship and then off the ship. Oh, AI. You be silly. Okay, we won that, but we're not going to occupy. That was mostly just to destroy that. Haben Sie Deutsch Taschachel unser Periscope Kuben something. Okay. The second happy time now that America's in the war. The 20th Mountain Commando, yes. Pure directive, the Atlantic Wall, yes. Issue the Atlantic Wall. Now that America is in, there is possibilities of invasions. So let's look at our naval operations here. These guys are operating here. They're here. We might want to move that away from, well, as we can put them out here maybe. Get a little ways away from America there. So if we can't get Malta down, we're going to have problems. So far, it doesn't look like we've made a dent in their forces. Strength, okay. Well, 92. Well, let's see. Yeah, they're slowly going down. United Nations. Portugal would like to build a submarine. Sure thing. Now these guys have showed up there, so we're going to send one. Yeah, okay. 38T. Armed Armor Division down here. We're keeping this to be a small secondary situation here, because we really don't need to go too hard here, and we really want to get going before the winter is up. Well, we need to get into place at least better than this. Okay, okay, we need to get up to whatever this is. Okay, top is. Yes, a mountain division will be helpful. Jaegers. You can come from here, you can start from here, you can start from here, all driving up and looping around through there. That will work. Okay, you can work through there. We just got to let Rommel get down here, and then we'll be ready to burst into Iran. Okay, our ships are doing fair. I'm taking some more losses than I would like on some of the lighter stuff. Thought we had enough air power, all sort of like. Well, let's move more naval striking air power for anything that comes out into the water, the ocean, the sea. Yeah, some of these guys should have been operating there, and I just being sloppy with, quite honestly. let's just focus a few more of these right here. Can they get down to here? Yes. I mean, other places, nice, but focused right now where our fleet is. Okay. Battle of Aden, we've won that. Okay, good. So now the pseudo armored division is going to attack there with, because I guess they're counterattacking with support from there. Did the Soviet Union just do? They're not at war with us or anything stupid like that. No. I think they just canceled the trade thing. Right, okay. Yeah, they're about ready to. Okay, well, we're going to let them continue to take the brunt of the attack. Okay, medium velocity getting advanced, very nice. Stop though, high velocity, start working on a high velocity guns. Short barreled tank gun. What is attacking us out here? Oh, Repulse. Devonshire, Carlisle, and HMS Fall, and oh, well, we lost 2 more light vessels, and the Italians lost 1 light destroyer, and we... Come on, Naval Air, you're supposed to be pounding that. Anything goes out to sea, you're supposed to sink. Okay, yeah, we're making a dent now. We may have enough forces to pull this off. Mid-air refueling, very good. No, it's over. Somewhere. Where is it? Aircraft systems. Oh. Mid-air refueling. Craft prototype. And then there's this, which is 45. Where's this prototype thing? Or is it over here? Yeah, okay, here we go. Prototype here. There it is. I just like to learn where the things are so I'll hopefully remember someday. They're supposed to be giving shore bombardment. Let's... Okay. Descent, well, whatever. Leader skill, combat experience, territorial pride, dug in, which is helping them. Obviously not us, we're amphibious penalty. Their fort modifier, shore bombardment, which we're doing to them. Lack of supplies, I don't know who has that. Combined arms, hopefully we're doing that. Armor advantage, I don't know who has that because we only have that one. Little focused. Okay, that infantry division shattered. Now, oh boy, we're losing a lot of stuff. Once we're down to just the biggies, and we start losing the biggies, but I'm not ready to give up on this yet. I don't know. Okay, you come. You just move to here. You will put the submarines into operation here. And I guess we'll move these guys into. Didn't really want to. Oh, we should have these guys in here. Okay, they can't get to there, so they rebase to here. Yeah, maybe I should play this better. I don't know. Oh, I was going to say, units like this it's shattered, so it's back up here. It shouldn't have done that. I could argue that on the attack, I should say on the attack. I could argue possibly some of the Japanese units are such that their morale would go beyond combat effectiveness, because losses here aren't necessarily everyone dead. It's just they're no longer effectively in combat, so it's shattered. On the defense, probably a regular infantry division shouldn't shatter. It should lose morale first, but oh well. It BR has pushed on a little too far. Oh, Bruce Quarry. Yeah. Oh, well, I have a bunch of his books on various topics. Oh, yeah. Know that name well. Some on the Waffen SS, I believe, over on my shelf somewhere by him, but I recognize that name. Okay. Small navigation radar advanced. Okay. Or is that? That's here. Okay, we're going to stop that. We're going to move medium navigation because we're trying to do surface. Okay, twin engine airframe research. Very nice. Choose there and grayed out. High explosives in anti-tank rounds. Looks like we've got that doing really well. It is now 1942, so 42 technologies are no longer any sort of a hindrance to research. Already have been doing this. Heavy artillery emplacements. Air defense networks. Just what would be best? Ooh, fire control techniques. That would be lovely to have. We'll do that. Okay, yeah, they're coming slowly. '64, '69. We have got 3 or 4 Italian divisions in. Oh, what just happened? What just happened? What the hell just happened? Did my fleet just die? Huh? Oh. My fleet just died. How did my fleet... What happened to the whole fleet? The whole fleet couldn't have just... Oh, it's going back home. Why is it going back home? Did I click on... Oh, I clicked on something bad. No, I did this. I think when I was clicking around, I misclicked on this and stopped the attack. Okay, I screwed up. Okay. I screwed up because I was grabbing my fleet. No, it just somehow something. I got home. Okay, well, I think I need to take a break here. We're going to do another invasion. Yeah, you can find stuff as PDFs for those. That's if you're really interested in those, Arno, I can help you out on some of that stuff. If you actually want to read it, and not just go, "Ooh, it looks cool." Talk to me, Discord sometime, and I'll help you out on some of that. Yeah, I think we're gonna end the episode here. I'm gonna replay the invasion a little more carefully. We were getting there. I don't know. I think somehow I clicked to cancel the invasion and mistakenly clicked on it, so it decided to go home since it wasn't invading. We were doing not so well, but they were down to 60% strength, and we still had some strength to deal with here. And we could, of course, if they got weak enough, do the parachute thing. Because we have some decent Fallschirmjäger divisions to land in there. But we'll just die if they come in first and unsupported. So, yeah. So I want to thank you all for making it this far. I want to thank those that support me, like Chief, Yogdog, Sir Toyjet on Patreon. I really do appreciate that. But everybody else, hey, all I really want you to do is hit that like button, post a comment, and if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. That's all I really want from people. Thank you so much. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. And yeah, I think I'm gonna need to take a break generally. I don't see the Fuhrer will be fine. Yeah. So yeah, I'll be back streaming tomorrow. War Thunder. We do tanks. Anybody who wants to can join us. If we get enough, I'll set up a custom battle, and it will be really interesting stuff. I like to do things like historical matchups of T-34s versus Panzer IVs or whatever like that, if we can. On custom battles instead of just random stuff, or but historically, and sort of historical ratios. And if sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Do that on War Thunder, or just random battles if there's not enough of us at once. We'll make room for new people to rotate through for at least a few matches. So if you want to just come and watch and hang out, or you want to come and play, obviously War Thunder is a free to play game, and even if you're just starting, we'll play down at beginning levels a little bit for a few matches if you want to come and play with us tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow, about 4 hours earlier from now, is when I'll be starting then. So thank you so much. See everyone. And come over here.